Alright, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? How are we doing today? Is your boy Cozy back for another day of largely art acid stuff, but we'll see. Maybe we'll do something different. Help me fix problem I'm facing currently. It's running them back in idle run. Humanity, you should join the Discord and ask the question there in the forums. I'm not gonna do, I don't really do this kind of stuff on stream. But I think posting on the forum would also be helpful too, because there's a lot of extra information that's probably required to better debug what's going on here. So, that'd be your best bet, man. Let me lower down the music a little bit. How edible are RAM sticks? Polyish? I don't know. Never tried it, man. Never tried it. Who can guide you? Here. Let me show you. Let me go to the Discord real quick. 1 second. So as I mentioned before, we have like this whole gym leader system here, where we have a forum where you can ask questions about whatever. And as far as people you can reference or at for help, we have a directory here called gym leaders. So everyone who's knowledgeable about Unity, there's a bunch of people here you can ask or reach out to for help about it. And then there's more specific stuff in there. But yeah, if you're looking for help with your player animation controller, that'd probably be the best place to go for. I can't join Discord. See, this is why we need to move to Matrix or something. I'm not sure what to say there, man. Except maybe wait until we move to Matrix. I like that beef jerky. What's going on, Michael Hernandez? What's going on, Jocko? Good to see you. I'll take the RAM out of your stomach, and I'm pretty sure the cost of the RAM would cover the surgery. Oh my goodness. That is pretty nuts. But kind of true. What's going on, Michael Hernandez? Hindus? Who's Hindus? What's going on, though? Glad to have you here. No, I don't play GTA. So, let's talk about goals for today. So, we started last stream. We actually got quite a lot done. Let me start the game real quick. So last stream was kind of productive. We got new art assets for these hazards here. We made some 3D models of them, and it looks pretty cool. We finished the other shelf for the innermost part. We made the solar panels, and yeah, overall it's like coming together more and more, man. Like this game is starting to feel like an actual game. It's pretty nuts, actually. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer, man, to feeling like a game. But the next thing we need to do is start making the game UI, and we started talking a bit about that last stream. Designing the game UI, and we talked about how we want to take inspiration from like VFD displays for the visual representation of it, and there's some other things we might have to do as well, like. Can we make it? Nah. I need to make the player's hitbox smaller. Regardless, though, yeah, we need to have some actual UI. So we started looking at prototyping, or at least concepting some basics ideas here. like some basic icons here and some little different display matrices to kind of show where you're at, both for your health and your break fade, as well as like where you are in terms of coinage, how much you collected for this run. I'm also thinking about some other things, like potentially having I know there's a number I can press to like zoom in. I guess that's just whatever. Anyways, I was also thinking about maybe conveying like your maximum speed, because it's not very clear. But yeah, I'm thinking about having like some kind of speedometer, maybe just in the corner or something off to the side, that just kind of shows like where you're at in terms of your maximum speed. I know cars have like this general, usually looks like this circular thing, and it shows like the range from normal RPMs. This is usually for RPMs though, but we're just gonna make it represent your total max speed. And then they usually have like a red zone here, and this needle will move as you get closer. I think it'll be helpful for having I think it'll be very nice for showing just the acceleration performance of your engine. So, you know, this is going to represent your top maximum speed that you can output. So having some way of representing, hey, this is how close you are to your maximum, can be very helpful. Like if you have an engine that has a very slow acceleration, you might just think for a while that you top off around here. But I don't know. It's this whole game of affordances, right? So what we're gonna do to kind of validate or determine what direction we want to go with. Okay, these are the VFD displays we're talking about. I'm gonna actually take some screenshots in game. I'm gonna open up Flameshot. And what's going on, Lava Turtle? But yeah, we're gonna take a screenshot inside the game, and then I'm gonna make a little mock-up in Aseprite of this new potential UI, and go from there. So currently we occupy this amount of space at this resolution. So I am probably, I wish I had the I really wish I had the on-screen joystick. To like, but I'm not sure how I haven't configured a binding to Flameshot for screenshotting yet, which is my bad. So we're gonna have to do this magic in some other way. I'm not sure how to make this happen. I can try like, okay, I'm gonna hold this. 1 second. We're just gonna, there we go. Better. And I can full screen it? Yes. Okay, cool. Because ideally I want this to be kind of the same resolution as the normal UI. Here we go. Alright, let's do another one. Cool. And now we actually have a reference to how many pixels this takes up. Which actually, this is like 1-to-1, so this actually works pretty well, unless it's like downsized. It seems like it's a little bit stretched, but it's largely 1-to-1. Like you can see mostly the dithering, so that's actually quite good. I'm gonna turn on the audio a little bit down. Okay, what's going on? Hitboxes has been funny to me since seeing that they're actually spheres most of the time. Yeah. Was that actual boxes are just more demanding on the system? Well, boxes are a bit more computationally intensive. Usually meshes are the big deal. Like mesh colliders, but boxes aren't that big of a deal. Like, think about it intuitively. If you're writing like a collision check, like if you have two spheres, right? Maybe it's better to describe it here visually. If you have two spheres, they're going to be defined by some kind of position and some kind of radius. Maybe it's like position 1, position 2, and then radius 1 and radius 2. And the only thing you need to do to check to see if like if these two collide is just get the distance between them. You just get the distance between P, and then you check to see like, hey, is it less than like, than both radiuses, or like it's a very simple calculation to do. With boxes, if they're aligned, if you have like axis aligned bounding boxes, it's not as cheap as this because it's just a distance check. It's just a float comparison, but it's similarly kind of not bad at all because like all you're doing is checking to see if you have box 1 and you have box 2, and it's going to be defined as like some size, some dimension, and you're just testing these points against the points here. And any of the points, if any of your points are like within the range of x and y of this, then that dictates, hey, there's a collision there. One of your points is both within the min and max y range and within the min and max x range, and that constitutes a collision. So a few more steps, but it's also not that bad. The only thing is that axis aligned bounding boxes, you can't do rotations. It's aligned. The whole idea is that they're aligned to your coordinate grid. So if you have a grid like x, y, or my bad, y and x, like it has to be aligned with it. It can't be like this, for example, because then you have to do like a transformation on the points and then do the tests, and that's a lot more involved. But yeah, in general, like if you look at games, most of the time it's like spherical colliders or box colliders or axis aligned colliders. They're pretty cheap, fast, not a big deal. The more expensive stuff is like, meshes and other things of that kind of nature. But it's not too bad, not too bad. So I think I'm just going to mock up the UI on top of this. So we're just going to... do I have another instance of Unity open? No, not Unity. Aseprite. I'm not seeing the... This is very weird. Like, it's like I'm missing the header. That's weird. Okay, I'm just gonna close this one down. And then I'm gonna lock this, make a new layer, bam. And now we're gonna start going through the process of realizing our dreams of this UI. What do we work on, Man of Faction? So today we're going to be working on some UI design and mockups. I'm going to do a mockup first, and then if that mockup goes good, I'm going to start working on implementation. I'm looking at making things kind of inspired by VFD displays, but I might try going for a more engine dash thing. Like, how instead of doing like a 9-segment display, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 7-segment display. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7-segment. We can also do another cool idea would be something like let's see here. Yeah, like this one here. Like you see how the mile counter is like this wheel that rotates. It might be kind of cool to do that for the coin count. I don't know. We're just gonna implement this, or we're gonna try this out first, because it's far easier to mock up the UI versus actually implementing it and then realizing, oh, I don't like it, and then re-implementing something different. It's faster just to see how this art looks like here in the game. So we have a screenshot of the game, and we're gonna start seeing how our ideas translate and go from there. Because I'm sick of tired of seeing this game not look like a game. So that's where we're going. So I'm gonna start blocking off some stuff and see how that goes. And then, you know what I might do? I might chuck this PNG into the game just to see, like, hey, when I'm playing it, do I actually see it? Am I able to visually see it okay? Or is it actually not very clear, and my eyes have to bounce back a bunch, and it's just not convenient? Like, we're gonna do a little test like that just to see, hey, how feasible is this UI, and do we need to do some more modifications? If we were proper UX designers, I would be doing A/B testing with some user groups, but alas, we're not doing that. Yeah, it's Linux. I'm using Linux right now. Yeah, I make video games. This is the game I'm working on. This is the game we're working on that we're making a mock-up for. I spent the past 27 streams. Not all of them. There's actually more streams than that, but there's 27 streams right now that exist of me making this game from the very beginning. Like, the first stream just implementing the character's movements and basic controls and all that stuff. But now I'm doing there's a lot that's implemented, and now it's a matter of actually designing the other parts of the game that aren't just the mechanics. So, you know, it's kind of important. Like, maybe the health bar should not just be this white bar. You know, honestly, I kind of like, instead of having this big black bar that's covering the UI, I think I might want to have the background be transparent and just have like maybe the VFD display is like on a transparent surface. Maybe that's what we do. Like, it's on a glass surface or something. I mean, that's kind of how LCD, like, look at crystal diodes are done, right? Maybe I'll just do that and then have it, because our eyes are naturally going to be here. So I think I've been feeling more inclined to have, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see first. We'll see where we go from here. In fact, before I do, yeah, there we go. I think we're gonna have a base, and then we're gonna have another one to see which one we like more. Maybe I'll have like this be semi-transparent, like half opacity, and then have the UI. I don't know. I'm gonna start without this first. So the first thing we talked about is having like some kind of marker for health, right? And we've talked about maybe having like these bars to indicate that, and then have like a matrix of them going out just forever. Not forever, but a set amount. And then having a icon, a simple like health icon. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy, but I think I would have liked to use the cross, but you gotta love how Red Cross does not like games using their symbol to represent help or health. So, and they'll sue you for it, so. Gosh, man. This seems too small. I need to stretch this out more. Maybe this feels better. Yeah. Let's fix this real quick. Upscale it a little bit. I can't remember if I... Okay, we're just gonna do this. Yeah, that seems right. I'm gonna use this mouse. And try a couple different ways of rounding this out. What's going on here? Rotary, maybe not. What coding you use? Microsoft Studios? No, I use Writer. I use I don't have it open right now, but I usually use Writer or I use CLion. If I can go here. So for this engine project, I'm using C++ and I'm using CLion, but they're all from JetBrains. They're great products. Very very nice IDEs to work in. I enjoy it a lot. And if I'm doing C site type things, then I just go to NVim or NeoVim. I like NeoVim. It's very convenient. As far as this is concerned, though, I want to make sure that this, because I'm not going to be grabbing colors from the background, so when I do this, I want to make sure we're activating sampling only the current layer. Very good. Yeah, I think I kind of want this to be a little not organic. We're gonna need some kind of outline. Otherwise, we're gonna have to have like the base we talked about. Also, we talked about there's this idea, which is in line with these displays, but we can also do something more custom or cool. Like we can have segments that are, for example, shaped like this and connect together that way. So you end up with displays that look like this. Also, I'm gonna reintroduce this because it's a bit easier on the eyes to actually focus on the monochrome first. One day we'll get a camera that doesn't do this, but one day. Or maybe I can just save this for the break fading display. Yeah, because that's another thing we need to visually represent as well. Is the idea, hey, this is the current state of your brakes. And I know we talked about using like different colors too. And the other idea was also have the different elements be in their own distinct color. So like yellow for the 9-segment display or 7-segment display, which I should probably box it out. The space I want this to occupy, like 1 digit would be maybe like that. Okay, and then we can start building it out a little bit. I know we're gonna do like the simple 7-segment display, but I know there's variants that have a nice pattern to them so that the shapes can feel more organic. That's usually like for making it look better for alphanumeric stuff, but we're not doing alphanumeric things. I'm just trying to tell you how many coins you've gotten during your run. That's it, ma'am. I think we're not just going to use the images as they are. I'm going to write a shader. Maybe have like to kind of emulate some of the physical behaviors of the liquid crystals. That's a big maybe. Or I can make it seem like it's on a CRT or something, but then that's kind of dumb. Because then it's like, if it's on a CRT, you don't have to. Why are you using a 7-segment display? You can display whatever you want. Yeah, I'm gonna make this a little bit shorter so that this can expand in a little bit further. Are you about the same? Yeah. So I can make it a little chunkier. I don't like that. I think the top should be a little bit bigger. If I don't say so myself. Okay. That feels a little bit better. Yeah, and then we can just yoink. Honestly, we can just, you know what we can really do is actually just get rid of this, select them, paste, bring it down like so, and then now we have a display, dude. Let's freaking go, man. Hey, you thought about a speedometer? Yeah, Dr. Lobbin, actually, that's something that came up, because last year we didn't think about that, but this stream, we brought it up a little bit earlier, the idea of having a speedometer here, or something that's kind of like the RPM display, just something to visually show how close to your max velocity, like where you are in relation to your max velocity. I think if we're gonna have this whole thing of your engine, like having different engines, the more things we can use to indicate kind of how your engine's performing and how it's all working, the better it is. Because then it's like, all right, I can actually visually see the differences between engine A and engine B. It's not a placebo thing or perceived thing. I have a concrete measure that's showing this to me. So it makes it seem, it'll help demonstrate the importance of getting different engines. And if you get a different engine, like, you know, you can feel happy that your purchase actually meant something, as opposed to wondering, did it do something or did it not? Like, yeah, we're gonna have to expand this out. And then if I get rid of this, like, this is not gonna, yeah, so we need to have something here. There's also the idea of having like semi-transparent, so that, yeah, this does obscure some of the screen, but you can still at least see through it. I think that might be a decent compromise. Semi-transparency. That way this still reads properly, and maybe have it become more opaque as it gets to the corners too, like some kind of screen Fresnel. And we have to also add the icon there. The thing that I need to figure out is how we're going to handle the coinage, because, like, technically there's no limitation. Like, if you're the greatest player ever and you play perfectly, you can get infinite amount of coins. So we should probably have this scale dynamically. But we allow it to resize dynamically. We're gonna have to like expand this, or the alternate option is that we move this somewhere else so that it has freedom to expand if need be. And you can just, it can expand as need be, and this remains static. Like, I think that might be the compromise we make. Maybe move something here. Maybe down here. It's weird though. I don't want to have, it's going to be weird to have the HUD shattered. Because then if you're looking for your speedometer and we have it down here, you have to look here. If you want to look at your health, you have to look up here. And if you have to look at your coinage, you have to look down here like that. I don't like that, if I'm going to be real with you. I want to mitigate eye movement as much as possible. Let me go back to the game real quick. And let me test something. Let me go to the canvas. I'm going to hide the actual UI we currently have, and just see where my eyes are drawn while we're playing. And I encourage you guys at home to also like take a look and see where your eyes are drawn while playing. Well, you're not playing, so it might be a little bit different, but you get the idea. HUD. Here we go. So I can hide this. Press play. Oh, we have this big button here too. That's another thing we have to have, is that like if on mobile you're gonna have to press an ability button. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of that. Chip activator, goodbye. I know we're gonna have it there somewhere, but let's just look at the pure raw gameplay. So I have to like, when we get to more tricky obstacles, my eyes shift here, like right now. They're over here. And as we start picking up speed, it starts drifting back here. Because now I'm just looking, I know there's nothing immediately close to me. I'm just trying to focus to see where we're gonna go. Yeah, there we go. Once we got close to something, that's when we start shifting back to the character. Yep. Got it. Yeah, I need to fix the culling thing. That's a separate problem we have to deal with. But I'm not thinking, I don't think, okay, can you thread? Yep, you thread it. Perfect. So I'm thinking, my eye is here, but it also doesn't want to have anything distracting over there. And the eye periodically goes back to here anyways, so maybe having additional, this be a bit more information dense may not be that big of a deal. The bottom right, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, the bottom right for pressing the activation button, but usually when people are playing, they're using the bottom left. They're using the bottom left as a thumbstick. What's going on, EG Sports? Yeah, it's a Sprite right now, man. Also, what's going on, Stardust? And Ackerlax, good to see you, man. Do you even know that the red cross symbol was copyrighted? Thanks for that. Yeah, it's say illegal instead of copyrighted. Well, no, it's copyrighted or trademarked. That's the actual technical term, is that it's trademarked. So you can't use it, which sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, I think score, like, this is important for your general health. I think if I put something over here, it would be score. Because I think that's something you genuinely want to... That's kind of the incentive, right? Is getting a bigger score in the game. If I'm going to have health be fixed... And maybe I won't. Maybe this will be dynamic too. Like, as your engine has more health, it's going to actually expand upwards to demonstrate that. So maybe all these elements are going to be expandable in different ways. So maybe we just simply keep them aligned like this, and then I might want to make this smaller, honestly. This feels almost too big. Like, it's actually bigger than the player. Yeah, I think I might want to make these segments a bit smaller. Because I also want to have the speedometer here. That's another idea. That is another idea. Also, the brake thing. Let's do this color, just so it's distinct. And then I think we talked about doing this semicircle thing just to... Oh my freaking goodness. You're gonna drive me crazy. It's like something like that, I think, was the idea. And then we're gonna do... Okay. This is roughly the center. Actually, no, we're gonna use... Let me go back to the sketch. Well, I think we just do semicircle, don't we? Oh my freaking goodness. I'm gonna have to change my coordinate setting for my mouse. It's like more and more of a liability. Nope, that's off by 1. Okay, that looks good to me. I wonder if it's gonna be, if they're gonna be able to understand what this is. I'm hoping they are. I'm hoping they're gonna be capable of figuring it out, but hopefully they'll get context clues as well from seeing how this value gets changed. I hope, at least. We're gonna find out. Looks like you're making good progress. Thank you, Kai. Yeah, we're making it through, man. What's going on, Siraj? I think the health bottom left, score top left. Okay. I might do like some testing in the Discord or something. But that might be a helpful metric. If we have the speedometer down there, then like it also makes sense for them to be just together. Health information as well as your current stat. And at least with the speedometer, we know for a fact it's going to be a fixed size consistently. So maybe that's just the direction we go. Okay, there's something weird going on here. I don't think or actually maybe I just never constructed this accurately. I think I've butchered the the semicircle, but we're gonna make it back. We'll make it back. And I need to recenter these because now they're in different center is kind of a different spot for them. Though honestly, I think this is kind of an odd ducky because I don't think I can actually get it properly centered. It's either be biased to one side or biased to the other side. So that's what it is. I'm gonna turn off the music because I just realized this is like copyrighted stuff, and I'm trying not to get struck. Though it might be just Jeezy's already too late. Yeah, you know what? I might just have to add another layer to this just to correct it. That might be just what we need to do. Might have to recess this back a little bit more too. Okay, that feels more like a cleaner curve. Feels a bit more consistent. Not as big as the health, but yeah, it's fine. Maybe I'll make this bar a little bit smaller as well. The brakes are not as important as the health. And you know what? If the brakes is meant to like bring you back, slow you down so you can go in the opposite direction, I think having this might be weird, but having it be flipped might make more sense in terms of what it's conveying. It's like stopping force. When I think of that, I'm usually thinking of going in the opposite direction of where you're usually going. So something like this, I think. If we want to be nice, we can make this be, we can make it hug the form of the brakes a little bit. Yeah. And then this can just, it's a replicated thing. So we can just do this. If I want to be clever, I can make a brush out of it, but I can't be bothered with that right now. Oh my freaking goodness. Yep, it looks correct to me. As for the health, it feels too plain Jane, but maybe it's fine. Maybe it doesn't need to be fancy. Because there are other ideas we've looked at over here. The double thing, I don't think I want to do that because it almost implies there's two different metrics going on, but that might be just confusing. This kind of segment thing may not be good just because it's long, and I think I want to have the segments turn off entirely, so smaller segments allow for higher complexity. I think maybe if I want to have some kind of visual pizzazz, maybe we can add little indentations here or round it off, make it seem more squishy. And we can think about shading and stuff later. We don't have to make VFDs or monochromatic. We can make it seem like it's actually physical and has some shading. Wouldn't be really a VFT anymore, but whatever. You get the idea. I'm just looking for cool factor. Okay, and we have this. We're gonna align to source. Cool, and then we can do this cool thing. Ba-bam! Look at that. Look at the health. Like that. I didn't even think about doing this, but you can see how the health is gonna expand and contract as you play the game. That's pretty cool. Come on. No. Okay. That's something. I'm liking that. Get rid of this. Let's go on Yazon. Let's go on Memento. So let's see this. What's the game about? It's just about driving, man. The game is just about driving. Let me pull it up real quick. Yeah, it's about like riding a jet bike and collecting coins. I mean, it's very simple. It's definitely a more mechanical based game than a narrative one. Yeah, it's more of a simple like skill challenge game. Go as far as you can. And then there's the whole idea of customizing your machine as well, so you can swap out components on it. Really basic stuff like the engine, the hull, the brakes, stuff like that. And then unlock different levels too. Or actually, you don't unlock it. You go far enough and then you enter to a different stage. That's the general idea. And we have like this whole garage thing, which we need to design as well. We're gonna have to design this. Yeah, I'm doing procedural levels. I can go back here. I don't know if the ooh, what happened? Why is the game stuck? Oh, we're good. Yeah, I disabled, one second, I disabled something real quick. But I have a debug thing for, I have a debug thing for displaying additional information that's useful for me. And you can see the generated level here of the map. And the thing is, like, the game takes place on a big cylinder, so the world actually wraps around contiguously. So as you see, like, there's parts where it starts over here and then wraps over to the other side, and there's actually a day and night side as well. It's not just pure daytime. So you can see how the lighting changes as you go further down the cylinder. That whole thing was so much more complicated to make happen. I thought it was gonna be simple, and the idea seemed very simple. Execution, though, has kind of been a whole thing. It's kind of been a whole thing. But I think we're mostly out of the woods on that front. But yeah. And now we're just going through the process of designing some UI for this, because we can't really move forward with implementing more features of the game unless I actually make some hard decisions about how things are going to look. So I have a screen capture of the game, and we're just kind of trying out different things to see what looks good, what fits, what doesn't, and go from there. 2 RAM sticks worth of 2 mil. Oh my goodness. Someone escaping with $2 million worth of RAM, aka 2 gigabytes. That's what this game takes place in. But yeah, that's the general idea of the game. It's been fun. We streamed the entire process since like day 1. It wasn't even official. Like I was just, I'm not sure if I should do this or not. In fact, let me see if I can find it on stream. But yeah, there's like a day 1, and then 99% of the entire game's development has been on stream. So I mean, if you're really patient, you can just look. You can see the entire, like 99% of the code and implementation of the game take shape here. There's a few things we've done off stream, but most of it's been here. Day 12, day 3. Oh, I think I changed the title of these streams too, because I think I played Warframe or some other game. Let me see this though. I'm actually kind of curious now. I should probably update the title. Yeah, so like we started here on this day, and we started diagramming how the game might look like. And I think we implemented movement, right? Or is this for a different game? I'm curious actually now. Which stream is the one where we started this? I don't know. Whatever, I'll look for it later. But it's there. She's coming along. And now we gotta make it look like an actual game. The UI part, let's just do the quick semicircle thing for the speedometer. I think I'm gonna do a simple semicircle thing. I'm sorry, I said semicircle. There we go. So I think we're gonna have something like this, maybe. Not the full. Oh my freaking goodness! I'm gonna lose it. Sprite. Is there a way to turn off wrapping? That seems a little too big. Either way, something that just goes from hey, you're here to oh, you're up here. You're like max. This is already starting to feel cluttered, though. This is already starting to feel a little bit cluttered, especially since your thumbs on mobile is going to be covering this section here. So that's another consideration on mobile. When you're playing the game, you're playing it like this. This thumb here is moving usually, and then you're activating the stuff here. So like, I can't even. Now that I think about it, it's another constraint on the UI, which is that So what do? I could try making it smaller and more condensed. That is an option. Or we don't do the semicircle thing and instead have like some other some other linear thing. But then like you're gonna have 3 different bars to look at. And that's kind of annoying. I think if we do the bar, we're gonna do like I think we'll keep it simple. Just a simple bar that's indicating your current, like a bar that shows your maximum velocity, and then one that shows like your current velocity, and that's gonna be that's just gonna be all she wrote. How that's gonna look like, I'm not sure, but it's gonna be something essentially like that, so that while playing, you're not gonna. You can just see it easily from your peripheral. It can even be smaller. Something that's relatively thin and doesn't attract too much attention. I'm not going to make it like red, but something very thin like this, I think, would work well. So that even if your thumb's covering it, you can kind of get a feel for how fast you're going. Or we can do like a vertical thing where the back, we move this, rotate it horizontally. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I have control. Why are you ignoring me? There we go. So something like this. That's another option. That might be like the least intrusive thing. Might be annoying though, because you might be, I'm not sure. But yeah, like these are all no-no zones. Everything here and here are going to be no-nos. And no matter what, this is going to be reserved for the button, your chip activation button. Hey, what's going on, Tukade? Konnichiwa? Oh, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Hopefully you're doing good. Glad it's good to see you another time. More figuring out what's going on here. Gosh. You know, this might be a situation where we just take a second away from it. I also might want to add some more details to this. This is like the this is the stream where we're eating our vegetables. It's less so about doing the crazy cool stuff, much more just things that are necessary that people kind of just neglect. Nope. Gotta eat your vegetables. I'm sorry. This is red. Why is this not... There we go. Yeah, we're gonna make this feel embedded. Can you read Japanese? I just know hiragana. A little bit of katakana. And maybe like 1 or 2 kanji. That's about it. Let's see what you said here. Registered. What? Registered. Wait, what does this mean, registered? Yeah, just saying registered. Nani? No, not offender Jakey. Yeah, this is, I'm not quite sure what that means. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Let's see what you're saying. We're crossing cultural boundaries today, guys. To the channel. Oh, like subscribed? Arigato gozaimasu. Ah, subscribed. Not registered, subscribed. Arigato. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's on I just realized. Sukamade. I was like, huh. What can that mean? So now we're going away from like a VFD display, and it's much more like a something a little bit more to it. Bring this up a little bit. And you know what, maybe make this hue shift into the purple range of color. Just a little bit, maybe a little bit more actually. Maybe a little bit more darker. No, that's like too dark. Desaturated maybe. I have to look at, because this monitor is not the best for this. Because the saturation I think is less than it's actually required. Let's see here. Contrast, brightness, hue. Yeah, this purple doesn't quite register the correct way on here. I think I have saturation pumped up to the max here, so it's not gonna... I just have to look at the monitor to see if it's actually looking correct. This, okay, so desu. Oh, so desu. Hi, so desu. I'm a software developer. You're the first person to pronounce my name correctly. Oh, I mean, I'm glad. I just treat it like Japanese, which is kind of, the pronunciation is kind of like Spanish, where it's, the letters are kind of, I'm not sure if that's a right word to describe it, but it's like monophonic, where it's like, the words make the same sound like consistently, regardless, like there's no context where it sounds really different. If a letter sounds one way, it's going to sound like that consistently. It's not like English where it just changes, which is kind of makes things like pronunciation a bit easier. If only things were like that. I mean, early English was like that actually. Like words didn't, like silent letters didn't always used to be silent. Like if you look at the word, for example, night, it wasn't pronounced night. It was pronounced knight. Or knife was knife. All right, let's see what you said here. Let's see here. What do you have for us? Has many meanings, but Google only gives the most common one. Ah, so desu. So desu. So desu ne. That makes sense. There we go. In fact, we're just...
なるほど。混乱が解消されてよかったです。
Hopefully, I'm hoping everything translates great. If not, it's okay. We try our best. We try our best. Yeah, zoomed out. Am I liking this? Do I like this? Maybe I'm gonna add like a little highlight to this as well, desaturated. You know, honestly, this red feels a little aggressive, if I'm gonna be real with you. Pure red is kind of really, I like using a little bit of more of an orangish kind of hue to it. Otherwise, it just feels kind of too intense for me. So this is looking less like a VFD and more like a diode, but whatever. We can live with this. You know what? I want this to actually have the highlight go closer to here. And then fade off. So it feels like they're protruding at the middle. Yeah. And then maybe if I want to really have some kind of outline, we can do it like this. Yes, sir. I do like this, indubitably. Okay. So we have this. And how am I going to do this? Is it... Do I select this up to here? Is this how it's gonna work? No, that doesn't look right to me. I think we have to actually do this and then select up into this point. Yeah, I think there. Okay. And if we do this, how does that look? Does that bother me? That bothers me, actually. I don't like that. It feels too noisy by comparison. I don't like that. We're gonna get rid of all that. This is an exercise in futility. But it's okay, now we know. We know what we like, we know what we don't like. That's how you improve, right? I'm using Ubuntu. I'm using, here's my OS. Make it smaller. Yo, Cozy, what's going on, Hike? No, I'm not sure if I want to go that right angle. If you go this route, though. No, we have this in the way, too. I mean, the other alt is that we can just make it, instead of having this big transparent background to add contrast and make it easy to parse visually, we can do the other option of like just adding a direct outline to everything. There's like a modifier. You can go to effects, I believe. Edit, adjustments. No, it's effects. Here we go. Outline. Shift O, that's the... And you can even choose the rule you want to use for outlining, but I'm going to use this. Cool. How does that work? Maybe another one, Shift S, Shift O. Definitely sticks out more. Easier to parse, but I don't know, man. I'm struggling to feel sold on this. But I think this is probably the configuration we're going to do. Speedometer here, tucked to the side. And then something like this I think that's how it's gonna shake out. Simple, basic. It does what it needs to do, though. Bro, NetHunter Linux Android. What is that? What is the game about? I'll show you some gameplay. You're just racing. Or I guess racing, collecting coins. Honestly, you're just trying to survive. You're just trying to go as fast as you can to the finish, and then, hey, that's busted. Why are you broken? What? I get straight up. Okay, now it's working. I don't know what happened there. That's strange. Yeah, we need to work with the culling, but that's a different thing for another time. Yeah, you're broken too. What's going on here? What's going on? Why is everything broken now? It's like busted. Oh my goodness. I need to... Yeah. I keep saying it, but we're going to do it. In fact, I'm just going to do that right now. Where's the player? Where is the player? There you are. Yeah, your collision box is way too big. Yeah. That feels more accurate. That feels much better already. Definitely, man. I'm glad you guys dig it. I'm glad you guys find it to be cool. Can we thread the needle a little bit more? I just want to verify that my... Okay, this is going to be the ultimate. Nope. Yeah, these are also too big, I think. The colliders on that. On the lasers, at least. See, like we missed. That would have gotten us before, but now we're doing better. We're not getting hit by that. And we still need to make the other things like the gun chips, but we'll do that eventually. We'll do that eventually. But yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea. Yeah, that's an issue with the culling. I'm gonna have to work with it on Steam right when the month is up. I don't know. We're gonna see. The month is like a self-imposed challenge, but I don't want to release something that I don't feel happy with. So we'll see where the game is on day 30. Hopefully, it might be just a matter of, hey, the rest of day 30 is just cleaning up some minor stuff and then adding all the rest of the visual content to the game. That would be the desire. Yeah, I really want to do something schemorphic, but at the same time, for as far as accessibility is concerned, I think the simpler layout might be the way to go. 1 second. Also, do some music too. There's some music that I need to produce for this. How's your night going? It's going pretty good, Adam. Thanks for asking. Glad to see you here again from the other stream. Are you using UML designing away? I don't really use UML. I think you use like the times where you use a UML diagram is when you're either communicating specifications to other people, or maybe if like you're like for me when I was much more newer to programming, or not newer, but like when I first started like working at my current job, I'd have to do UML diagrams to make sense of how I want to design stuff. But when you work in your code base, you start just having this understanding of the structure entirely. Like it's mostly just there in your brain. Or if like you just look at the code and it comes back to you quickly. But I think if you're tackling like some very specific, I think it's very helpful for communication. And I mean even then it's like I never see anyone actually do a proper UML diagram. It's just much more just whiteboard sketches, some vague objects in there. Not vague objects, but objects in their general relationships. I think it's helpful though to have that in your back pocket if you need that extra specificity. Doesn't hurt to have that at all. I'll move it there. And then this feels almost a little too big. Also, it's not clear what it's communicating as well. I'm going to reduce the size of this a bit. And then I'll try cleaning up the segment display. Actually, it's not that much to fix, thankfully. So I can work with that. Nope. Stop being weird. Just do the thing I want you to do. I still want to have something else going on here. Let me look at some more stuff real quick. It's kind of a redundant thing to say VFD display. But I want to see like more of the physicality. It actually might be a good one. No. Okay. What do you have going on here? Is there not an HD image of this? Come on. The preview looks... What happened there? So that's actually kind of an interesting detail. The segments that are not on are still visible. They're just kind of hidden. So like maybe a starting point for adding a little bit of that physicality is like, hey, maybe these get grayed out. Maybe I could have like a panel for them. Because this is part of like of a back panel. You can see how everything's wired up too. That's a cool idea. So, I mean, it still necessitates that black background though. That's the issue, but I kind of just want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't want. don't want to be lame. Maybe this is a case where we say, hey, screw your usability. We're going to make this look cool. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it could be like little pocket panels or something. I'm probably thinking about this way more than actual end users are going to think about it, but it's important for me that the elements feel cool. 1 second. I thought I muted the Discord. Did I not? 1 second. Oh, I still have this running too. Do I have multiple tabs? Okay, here's one. Actually, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on here. Mute. Of course, this never works. That's alright. Hey! What's going on? Marco? Is that your name? Let me zoom in. Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you here. Actually, a few other people. Jensen and Toby. Welcome to the Discord, y'all. Make yourself cozy here. Cool. As far as the this display is concerned, though, let's keep thinking about it. I think I'm gonna say just screw it. We're gonna make it cool. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I want this. I want to make UI that's actually cool. Even if it means breaking usability. What's going on? What's going on, Kate? Good to see you here. 16 gigabyte RAM. Pretty sure that puts you on Elon Musk. Oh no. We got 64 gigs in here. This is a bad. I should. You know what? Let's fix this. I don't know how to fix this. I forgot which config it is. One second. Yeah, so it's I'm pretty sure it's like an etc. There's i3, but I don't think it's that one. There's like i3 bar is what I'm looking for. There's like a config file here somewhere that I can just go into and i3 status. Here we go. So this is actually a bad way to describe this. This is use RAM, and this is going to be free RAM. Cool. Now if I save it and refresh, it didn't do the thing. Oh, I have to force it. Oh my god. Am I gonna have to sudo? Is that what we're gonna have to do? Okay, 1 second. Because I'm not sure if I have sudo privileges here. Yep, it's asking for passwords. Oh, I don't have a repeat of that one stream. I don't know, let's see something here. We're gonna go dark. We're gonna go dark, that's what we're gonna do. Does this affect everything? Maybe it doesn't actually. Let me see something. So horizontal stream people, they have gone dark. Wait, there's two DS. What? Okay, we've gone dark as a stream. I think this is as secure as we can go. 1 second, guys. Okay. We're good, I think. Let me bring it back now. We're back. We're alive. We've returned. Okay, let's actually fix this. Do I have it saved? No, I don't. Okay, there we go. To code in Vim one day, you can do it. You can just start. It's a great life. What is this? Why do I have this here? I don't know what that process is. I don't know what this is. Vim is great, man. Yeah, demise. Yes, yes, Dylan or Dillian. And process behind is really cool to watch. Good job with these streams, man. Thank you, Woodsy. Yeah, I think it's cool to show the process of how the sauce is made. I think it's kind of rare to be able to see that. Not only in the technical side, but just in general, even the art and stuff or music. I think it's very rare where you get to see every single component of the game being made live. I think that's pretty cool. And maybe it'll be educational, or maybe it'll be entertaining to someone. I don't know. I think I might do this more though. Like once we finish this. The next game I want to work on is Dot Dungeon. And it's gonna kind of push me in a very, and in one sense it's not that crazy because it's something that's kind of familiar to me. Because I've already started this project before. On the other hand, it's going to be unfamiliar in a way that, like, I'm going to have to actually do some narrative, and that's odd for me. I never considered myself a writer. Though I used to enjoy writing poetry in high school, but that's very different than, like, narrative structures. And then on B, I think I want to make Dot Dungeon within my game engine and not in Unity. So that's going to be a whole thing as well. I don't think we can do that in 30 days, but who knows? I'm optimistic enough to try to convince myself to think, hey, that's totally possible. We can totally do that. I'm going to make this color a little bit. Actually, kind of like this color. It blends in with the background a bit more. Yeah, I actually quite like that a lot. So I can go back and forth between this. Yeah. This I like. Screw it, we're gonna make everything a VFD display. I'm gonna just add dark backgrounds. Yep. We're going full skeuomorphic. I don't care. This makes me happy. Now, the thing I'm trying to figure out is Because it's not a perfect. I want to see more of the actual underlying. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. I want to see more of what's going on here. Yeah, like there's like little great, like did you see that? It's like little quad, like there's just little micro details. There's like that hexagonal pattern that's underlying this. I don't think we don't have the real estate to do that, but I think we can achieve something kind of similar by having maybe dithering go on here. Subtle dithering, nothing too distracting. Like it still has to be very similar in terms of color value. But I think the extra detail, I'm gonna notice it. And if I notice it, maybe somebody else will notice it. Or maybe they don't notice it, or maybe they do notice it, but at a subconscious level and not an active. Yeah, like those little details, man. They matter. They matter. Yeah, we're totally gonna do our custom text renderer component in Unity. That's totally gonna happen. Does that not look good? Does that not look good? I like that a lot. Yeah, I'm your own engine. Yeah, I mean we have like this. We were doing some work a long time ago, but this is not in a game engine. This is in my own engine. And there's another project that I showed the editor before. We haven't shown it in a while. But let me open up this one, I believe. New window. But I was working on a 2D platformer. I wanted to make a Mega Man style game with like grappling mechanics. And this is kind of a little demo of like the workflow I want to have in my engine. Oh my goodness, the timing is like messed up for the character. Where like you can use Vim to navigate the level. You can go into these modes and be able to select whatever asset you want to do, and then you can like just place things down. There's like undo redo as well. And like very minimal dependencies. Like I think the only thing I use is glfw currently. Load PNG for loading PNGs. Mini audio when I eventually get to working with that, but everything else is just my stuff. And then like you can move it forward and backwards as well. So if you want to have elements that are going to be like up here, you can do that. So you can have like cool 3D effects within your environment. Or if I want to use like a background, for example, I can place it back here or something, and then you can go to play mode and you see how the character is moving. I was working on implementing collision, and so it's a little bit jank, but you get the idea. It's a little, yeah, very jank. You get the idea though. Like it's a particular workflow for me, and then like I can do lighting because I have my own lighting model in Unity, and I can just kind of bring the same idea here, so we can have sprites be lit without having to use actual normal map textures. Instead, we can just calculate the normals within the fragment. That's simple. That's not an engine specific thing, but it's still cool to be able to do that, so that I can simplify the process. And then eventually what I want to do is have this not even take PNGs, but rather just take ASprite files and parse out all the information for the character, not only the textures but also the animation frame data as well, maybe even tagging if there's like supposed to be considered like a certain type of object. Like it could just automatically understand what it is and associate it correctly. Maybe even have it where you can link shaders in the ASprite file, so that like I can just specify with some information what kind of shader I want to use for this object, and they'll just do it. There's so many ideas I have for making this like developing a tool that fits my hand like a glove, that it works exactly the way I want it to work. So yeah, That's what I want to do, man. That's the goal. What are you building? It's C#. It's a game. I'm right now. I'm making UI or prototyping UI. To scroll through files and see a preview. What do you mean to scroll through files and see a preview? I'm using Ranger to navigate my file system. It's pretty good. Pretty good. I like it a lot. Crazy, still pretty cool. Thank you, man. Yeah, I get focused, man. I'm sorry, Keith. I just get locked in. Pretty cool. Thank you, Mage Water. And what's going on, Nal YD? I think it's best to play with a joystick. Sometimes, I don't know. I'm actually not really a big joystick guy. Even when I play fighting games, I use I have a specific fight pad, but it's basically just like a keyboard. That's essentially what it is, or all it is. I guess this keyboard life has just been it's invaded every part of me. Okay, what's going on here? What are you doing? What happened? What? See, this happened before. Okay, we're good though. We're good. So I'm gonna yoink. I need to see how I'm gonna fit everything together, but I think we're just gonna have a giant like VFD display. And maybe we just define like some kind of limit. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do like, if this is gonna be always the same size and it's just that we're gonna fit your engine health to map to that, or if we're gonna have it actually expand as you choose a hull with more health on it. I kind of like that idea because then you get to see the bang for your buck, but I don't know. I'm not sold. If it's more work, I'm not sure if I want to do it. 1 second, we're doing a really chopped thing here. We're doing something very, very not great, but we're just seeing where the process takes us. I know break fade is probably going to be consistently this size, so we can do a thing where maybe it terminates here and then bring it down a little bit and then bring it down like so, and then as for here, maybe we can have it I don't know, maybe we can have this hug the silhouette. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't think I'd be opposed to this. And then we can do the same thing for segments that aren't being used currently. Like, let's say if we're at, I don't know, this amount of health. Like we're gonna display it grayed out like this. I actually quite like that. I quite like that a lot. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to enforce per segment lighting, or we just do like, you know, if we want to be lazy, we can just have it be partially filled like this, but that feels lame. But it'll be more precise for the viewer. But that's just not how segment displays work. What kind of light bulb? It's a tungsten filament one. I don't know, it's pretty cheap. I got one on Amazon. I have a whole set of these. And then you use a dimmer so that, because these are meant to be kind of shown at low, like at low energy. I don't know what the term, it's low wattage, I think. Yeah, but if it gets too bright, it burns out really quickly, like almost instantly, or at least after a couple minutes. So Vintage Edison bulbs? No, they're not vintage. They're newly manufactured, but there's some new ones that are manufactured that very much are meant to feel like the vintage ones. Oh my freaking goodness, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. It's okay. We're good. We're good. Let me fill this in as well before we do anything else. I think we're gonna do this like little gradate or dithering as well on the other elements. Also, I don't like how sharp these edges are though. So I might do something. I might like add an extra dark color. Hue shift it slightly, make it reduce brightness, and then do this. Does that look good or does that look terrible? It kind of looks terrible to me, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So maybe we just don't do that. So and then how do we smooth this so the edges feel a little bit more? That doesn't look as bad as the other one. I'm not quite pleased with that either. I'm not quite pleased with it at all. Maybe we just leave it. Maybe it's actually fine. I hate that the segments, the distance between the segments feel like they're dithered. That's the thing that's rubbing me the wrong way. Because that's not the intention of it. But maybe I can add like a under lighting actually. So maybe we still do this, but only in the bottom segments. Something like this maybe. No, because it kind of eliminates the it eliminates that, yeah, the separation. The other option is also to expand the distance a little bit more, so there's more of a gap between this. That might be the best way to ensure that this reads the way I want it to be read. But then the top is gonna be kind of stubby, unless I just reduce this side and preserve the horizontal bars. That might actually just be perfectly adequate. Yeah, that feels much more clearer. The separation reads far more clearer. So you just have to shorten the vertical bars a bit and we're good to go. And that should be fine. I might try exporting this and slapping it in the game right now and just see how this feels before we do any more detail work. This feels pretty good so far. I actually feel pretty I don't know, I feel like there's some light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like we're going somewhere with this. Let's hide the underlying layer here. We're gonna save this as gain Control Shift save, I believe. That's how we export it. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go to the game. Turn that off. I'm gonna make a new. Do we turn on the HUD? No, we didn't. Perfect. I'm gonna make a new UI image mockup. It's gonna be called, and in here it's looking for a sprite. I don't want a sprite. I just want to. This, I selected raw image, right? And yet it is looking for... raw image. Okay, here we go. Yeah, now you're just looking for a texture. Perfect. Here we go. Because I'll find this and make sure that this is using... Actually, I think it would be simpler just to use this preset. And then an ultra high res version just to be sure we don't lose any detail that we want to have preserved. Okay, cool. Mock-up, and you're going to be stretched to fit the canvas. Yes, sirree, Bob. I don't see you appearing anywhere. Why is that the case? Oh, because the game view is wrong. Oh. What? Wait, what? This is gonna break stuff. That's not good. Well, we can... I can just throw the mock-up into the brute and we'll fix this later. No, I refuse. This is wrong. This is incorrect. This is morally terrible. We will fix this. There we go. And if any problems emerge, we'll just deal with it. Cozy vibe. Thank you, Woodsy. What's going on, Radon? Radon Element. Good to see you again, man. Where are you from last stream? Or maybe the stream from before that. Yeah, I'm liking this UI. I am 100% liking this UI. I don't think it's as intrusive as I thought it was going to be. I mean, the real test is to go on mobile and see if it feels good there, but so far this seems pretty convincing to me. Let's go build to mobile. Where's the cheapo phone? Or actually, I'll just use my phone for right now. We're going to reserve the cheapo phone for making sure the game runs at the performance specs I designed for it. What are you doing here? I'm just working on some UI right now. I want to make sure that I have that defined before I actually start working on implementation. Because it's kind of important to have your... it's cheaper to iterate on a picture or a mock-up than it is to iterate on an implementation. Because if you don't like it, you have to scrap what you implemented, and it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. But I think we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm seeing the something that actually looks good. We're gonna see if it provides the correct affordances too, but I'm gonna test it on my phone right now, and if it goes good there, I think I might move on to polishing this up and then start thinking about implementation. I think we're gonna start doing some concept art as well. I need to start concepting the living space for the characters, where they're gonna be living. We have this here, but I haven't done much beyond that. So I want to make sure that's done, dude. Is this running? Are you still running Unity? I think it's still building. Yeah, still building to my phone. Okay. Is making in-game AI really challenging? Probably. I mean, it depends on what kind of AI it is. It could be very simple and very easy. Like I've done stuff for in my other game, and it's pretty, you know. There's AI that's essentially just like patterns, and those are easy to do. Like maybe you have one that's meant to avoid a player, so you just check to see if it's In fact, there's like a whole. I remember for this, it was cool. Actually, I'm gonna find it because it was really cool seeing the vectors. Hey, Woodsy, welcome to the Discord as well, man. Glad to have you here. Let me actually in Discord. I think I might have posted a video there in the dev progress. Which again, we'll do that. Get back to posting there eventually. But I think for Crimson Crown, we had this very robust movement strategy thing where you had let's see if I can find it. That's the procedural level generation. That's some gameplay that came way later. No, this is way later. We skipped a bunch before I got to that point. Yeah, we skipped a ton of things before I got to this point. Brother. I don't have the drive on me. Do I... Let me check my other account. Actually, let me go over here. 1 second. But yeah, it really depends on the constraints you're placing on it. But usually most game AI is not that complicated. It's pretty simple. The more you layer state onto it though, that's when it starts getting much more finagly. Especially like if you're gonna have behaviors persist across play sessions, then it requires saving and stuff like that. That's always a whole thing to deal with. But it's doable. Depending on what you're doing, you might want to like look at some papers too, but I think the most extreme thing is like making some like doing anything with machine learning. That's just a whole can of worms. That's just a lot to deal with. A lot of time, compute, all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's see here. Okay. This is the Crimson Crown era. Do I have anything there to show off? Do I have the AI thing on there? I don't. That is lame. I should have had it. Oh well. I'll have to fix my SD card and SSD, and then I'll get back to you guys with that at some point. It's cool having like, 'cause you see the vectors across all the different directions and where the enemy's considering to go. Oh well. Anyways, the game loaded here, so let's see how this looks and plays on mobile. I'm not sure if you can see it well on the camera. I'll hold it like this. But, oh yeah, the music's on. Oh, that looks good. That genuinely looks pretty freaking good, man. Like, it wasn't as intrusive as I was fearing it was going to be. It's out of the way of the hands, which is important. Nice. Okay, bad place to go. But yeah, this is the way. This is the way we're gonna go. And then all the right side is perfectly clear sight. If I want to look forward, I can still do that. Nice. Oh, dude, I'm actually super happy with this. Next year we're totally gonna be just implementing this whole thing. Heck, I almost feel like doing it now, but there's some more vegetables we need to eat before we can have the privilege of programming. It's funny, it's like the opposite, right? It's the opposite. Usually people are like, I don't want to program, I want to avoid it as much as possible, so I'm going to work on art and other things. For me, it's like, no, I just want to code. I just want to implement the feature already. But I have to force myself to do actual art and design so that I can actually, so I can just implement uninterruptedly. That's funny. It's like usually the opposite. Let me grab a little snack. Yeah, it really is coming alive, man. Yeah, thank you, Radon Element. For the top screen, the vibe is it's giving off is awesome. Thank you, Z Kunky. I'm glad you dig it. That is the goal here. Just good vibes. While this man manically works on his game. So we have to go here, actually. Because there's more to this. It's not just the UI for the in-game stuff. Okay, this is not perfect. There's still some additional things we need to do. But it's like 99% of the way there. I know one thing we're gonna have to do is make the sprite sheet for this. So maybe I should just do that now. So that everything else comes, when it's time to work on it, it's just a matter of executing. Yeah, I might just do that first. Because I'm committed to this now. I'm 100% committed to this bit. So, we're gonna make a sprite sheet. It doesn't have to be that big. It'd be like 120 by 120. I think that should be enough for what I want to do. Or actually, if I want to be cool, how big is this? 60, it's basically almost 60, or 32 by 32 actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's exactly perfect. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make an animation, essentially. That's what this is gonna be. For all intents and purposes. And it's just gonna start from 0 and then work its way up, all the way up to 9. And that's gonna be the sprite sheet we use to index into all of this. And then, if I really want this to be, if I want this to be maximally reusable, I would make this white and then color it in the material, but I think I just want to make this very bespoke. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it like that, actually. I was thinking about maybe even doing, because in the image you saw like there's some subtle dithering that happens here as well. So you know what I'm going to do, actually, to make life easy? This is what we're going to do. We're going to copy, paste this. I'm going to make the version that has all this grayed out, and then the top layer is going to be the one that just has all the in fact, we can just do this. Yeah. Save some time. Perfect. But yeah, I realized there's like some subtle dithering that happens here too. It feels a little too extreme on this screen, but I just want to be just a little subtle texture to it, nothing crazy. Just enough to indicate that, hey, there's something going on here, but not enough to be super distracting. We're gonna fill it. Perfect. And then the top layer, we're just getting rid of, whoops, wrong thing selected. We're still good? Yeah, we're good here. And we're gonna lock this layer too, because I don't want to accidentally mess it up. And yeah, we're just gonna do this. So now when it's composited together, you get this. Perfect. And then we can go through the numbers. So one is gonna be just this. Oh, I discovered a mistake. A little mistakey poo. Which is that you are supposed to be a little bit shorter. That's an easy fix. And we're gonna link the bottom ones too, so that any change to one affects the other. I don't know why the visual for linking is messed up. They're supposed to be shown as like one blob. They're still being shown as two distinct blobs. I don't like that. Oh, it's locked, that's why. Link cells. There we go. And now I can actually modify them the way they're supposed to be. So in this case, yeah. You're supposed to be up one more. One more. Perfect. And then here. Fix that. Perfect. Now you're locked again. And we can go through them. Perfect. Okay. Now I can fix this. So 0, 1, and just keep going through this. Let me save this as well. What's going on here? What kind of content do you create? Just a guy who makes video games, and I show the process of it. Art designs on a CRT. Okay, I'm invested in a CRT. If you eventually read your chat, I'd like to know reason. No, it's just for fun. I just do a gaming monkey. I just do it for fun. I enjoy working on the CRT. It's different from my regular day job. Yeah, and when I play games, retro games, it's nice because the colors get blended in a way that it's the people who made the art for those games intended it to be viewed in a specific way, and it's cool that I get to experience it the way they wanted me to experience it. So I like it, and it's just a fun. Of course, there's also a novelty to it, right, on YouTube. But yeah, I just enjoy it. I just enjoy it. This is 1 pixel that's off. And you're supposed to be linked, buddy. Pal. In fact, why don't I just make all the layers? It's like 9 in total, right? Or 10, because we're including 0. Link cells, unlink it. Perfect. Now we can go back here. So this is 1. We're gonna make 2 now. So I need to have this segment. Nope. Delete that one. We don't have the middle one. It's kind of problematic, but we can fix that. Honestly, I think these are all aligned, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so if I have a brush with one, I can replicate the others and it'll be fine. I don't have to be such a stickler. So that's 2. Perfect. So 0, 1, 2. Next is 3. That's gonna be pretty straightforward. It's just yoinking this middle section. Pasting it. 0, 1, 2, 3. And then 4 is gonna be the same thing here. Except now we're getting rid of the top section. And move that there, perfect, and then get rid of the bottom one. This is cool, it's actually feeling like a real display, man. Save it too. Yes, cells interlinked. Gain dev C#, yep, that's what I do. Sometimes music production as well. Good day, what's going on? Heavy and Scent? Digital Bob Ross type of thing? Yeah, kind of. Usually I'm spending a lot more time programming. That's usually just because of, there's always a lot more programming tasks to do. But, yeah, sometimes you have to do art for the game, so we do art. Sometimes we need to make music for the game, so we make music. It's whatever that's required of us to make this game come to fruition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the next one. Is going to be also required this one too. Okay, get rid of that. Perfect. And the goal is we're going to make a sprite sheet out of this animation so we can just slap it into the game. And then use a shader to select which cell to display. Next one's going to be 6. I'm actually just going to select this. Nope. Here. Paste it. Honestly, I don't know why I don't... You know what I should really do? It's late in the game to be doing this. But I really should have done it from the very beginning. Just have one that just has everything and just... Because subtracting is way simpler than what I'm doing right now. I should have done this from the very beginning. Okay, whatever. Oh, I selected the wrong segment. This one. Okay, we're gonna do this smarter. Here we go. Select everything. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then 6 is gonna be simple. So it's also very simple. Eight. Then 9. Do we do 9 like this? Or do we actually just do that? Nah, it feels more explicit. I think I've seen 9 like that though before. Alright, now we have our numbers. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And now we can do Control-Shift-E, make a sprite sheet. How are we going to do this? Fixed width. Number of columns. We'll do 3. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. There's always going to be some kind of offset, but this is fine. Okay, and then we can save this in, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to in-game, gameplay. UI. And then TUI score digits. Perfect, and that's going to be our sprite sheet. I'll worry about implementing that later. I want to do it right now, but there's a bunch of things we need to do. Aside from that, we should probably start thinking about the general layout as well. Like for these, like we have this little dithering happening here, that action. And we also have these little traces that are kind of showing where these things are connected. So you should probably do that as well for these. Figure out where exactly we're going to have these lines running. And then, well, let's actually figure out the dither pattern we want to use for this. That's the simplest thing to do. I think we might just hue shift down to the purple and then closest to purple. A little bit brighter. Yeah. Do that. Select it, make a brush out of it, and then we just fill it. I think it's quite a nice pattern. And I know we described this as well. So we may do the same thing here. Can I see, is that there? Oh, because we selected the wrong part of it. Here we go. Perfect. So I can select it, make a brush, fill. No. That's not doing what I wanted to do. Try it again. Control B. No. Control B. And then we get fill. Perfect. Okay, subtle little details, but I like it. I think it can go a long way. I think here I'm gonna do, we have a bit more affordance with this, so we can actually maybe go a bit more detailed with this. Maybe have it seem like there's some depth to it. Do the 9. What 9? Staying for the whole vibe, which is just awesome. Thank you, man. I'm glad you dig the vibe, man. Minecraft mods? No, I'm just working on a game right now. As for the, yeah, so let's finish detailing this first. I think I want to add an extra color. So I think some of these have like a little extra point of brightness. I'm gonna have it hug the edge a bit more. It may not play well with the not VFD, but with the dithering pattern we have going on, so maybe we might eliminate some of it so the shine can actually occupy the space. Like I say, the color on my CRT is very different from the one on the screen. Like the blues are not as blue or as bright. And I have the color pumped up as much as I can. But it seems a bit darker on mine, and it looks nice, but it's not the color you're going to be seeing or I'm going to be seeing in game. And I can pump the brightness up, but it's not quite the same still. I can tweak a little bit of the hue, and we get something that seems a bit closer to what I'm seeing on the other screen. And here, I can start changing some of the colors to match what I actually want it to be, because this color feels a little too strong. So I'm going to bring it down to here. Yeah, it's more in line with what I had in mind. Bring it here. Yeah. That feels a little less radioactive. And as far as this is concerned, I might do the darker color hugging the edges here. And then maybe use an even darker color as well. Even if it's just for like the anti-alias. It makes it seem like the edge is too round. I don't like that actually. Yeah, I don't like the anti-aliasing here. I don't agree with that. That looks better. That corner looks better. Maybe it just needs 1 pixel, maybe not 2 pixels. Yeah, that curve looks much better now. Cool. And then these segments, it's perfect. They actually are the same. They align with the grid perfectly. Which means I can make whatever changes to one and they'll apply to everything else. That makes life significantly easier, or at least gives me more options that I may have not had before. This feels a little too bright though. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit. Can I move this down a little bit, pal? Come on, buddy. Work with me. Okay, here we go. Maybe keep it here, but yeah, something a bit more subtle. Or honestly, the break from the dithered pattern is big enough where it feels like a separate color group into itself, so I can just kind of keep it like this and it'll be fine. Yeah, I think that's actually just the way we're gonna go. We don't need to have a big highlight, because breaking from the dither pattern alone is a big departure. Okay, cool. I like that actually. And comfortable. Thank you, Molaruni. That's the goal. Is assembly game development? Is this assembly game development? No, we're not doing assembly. We're just using a off-the-shelf engine for right now. One day it'll be cool to switch to my own, but we'll see. And even then, I'm not going to be doing assembly. At most, if we want to be fancy, we can do some AVX intrinsics for x86 architecture. But I'm not sure how often or if we're even going to need to do that. I don't think it's a need, but rather just a want to be able to have that extra optimization. Do I like that? I think I'm gonna have this one. That's gonna have two colors. It's gonna have one that's a shadow color, and then one that's kind of a highlight color. Slightly orange, a bit desaturated. Do I like that, or does that bother me? I don't know. I don't feel convinced either way. And the whole point with these is that they're kind of subtle. Like, it's not super... Like, yeah, it definitely changes the color and stuff when you're zoomed out, but... I don't know. I want this to be a bit more understated. Yeah, and it just this doesn't look quite right. I'm gonna have to go more subtle if I want to have the effect I'm looking for. For just like subtle texture, nothing too eye grabbing. Not too subtle. It's a bit better. I just have to go a little extreme with this one, don't I? Okay, that's something. Okay. Might lower down the brightness a little bit on this. I think we can still go a little bit more crazy with this. Okay, and I'm just gonna do the fill tactic. No subtlety, just fill. Hey, and it actually interlocks with that. That's cool. On a CRT, it actually looks like it's flickering. That's actually really cool. I like that. It makes it feel like it's flickering, actually. I'm not sure if it comes off on screen, but I think if I zoom in, it's gonna be the pixels are too big. It only really happens if you're zoomed out. It's super cool though. I like that effect a lot. So this game is gonna take advantage of some CRT effects to make. There's gonna be some special effects that are only CRT only for this game. That's great. Oh, yeah, I kind of like that dark intermesh thing. I do quite like that. And again, this actually interlocks perfectly. It's in the correct phase. So I could very well just do this, and yeah, make it tile. Like so. Yeah, we got it right. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like it's shimmering on the CRT. That's super cool, dude. I wish I could show it to you. It's just not. Yeah, it's like too small on camera. I like that though. That's actually super cool. That is so cool. Choice for the type of game? It's just for fun. I like it. It's not dependent on the game though. This game is gonna be on mobile and modern devices. Like, I think the only thing is I'm gonna make it so that it can work on a 4:3 aspect ratio, but that's about it. Move the cam. It's like attached to the to this. It's attached to a tripod. Can I zoom in maybe? Oh, I can zoom in. There we go. Let's see if you can. Alright. Let's see if you can zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, you can't really see it, can you? I have to. 1 second. Can I forgot how to detach it from the. I'm just gonna lift the whole thing up. Yeah, and that's gonna happen. Oh well. Let's not break my guitar while doing this. Or the camera. Alright, let's see. Let's see if you guys can actually experience this with me. Alright. Sideways. You can kind of see it. Kind of don't though. Okay, I think you can see it a little bit there. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the flickering. It's not quite as crazy on camera here. 1 second. I have to put it like this because the tripod is taking up a lot of space and I can't put it up right. You get the idea. Alright, let me zoom back out. Right the camera correctly again. Yeah, it's in focus. Okay, I think we're in focus. Okay, the ISO should be correct now, so it's not too bright. Okay. It's looking good. What game am I making? Here's a look at the game. I'm making I'm designing the UI for this. And I think we've kind of finalized it for the most part. I think we have to still do the icon for the coin representation, but that's be straightforward, I think. And we're just doing some final touches before I start figuring out how I want to prepare it for implementation. But yeah, that's like the general gist of it. Yeah, even this holographic effect looks... I mean, you can kind of see it on the screen as well. But it looks pretty gnarly on the screen. Can I avoid it? Yes, I can. I can finagle it. Yeah. I have an engine where it's like very low maximum speed, but you have instantaneous like control and changing acceleration. We have the engine itself. Oh, I don't know. I think the engine actually does control some of that. Can I? Yes, I can. I'm actually really glad I made these 3D because you can see the how the different angle is affecting the lighting on these. Minor, but it's I think it's cool. I think it's pretty rad. All right. Anywho, but yeah, more detailing on this. More detailing on this. That's all we're doing. So I think we're gonna have. Actually, I'm curious. Do I have the code for the game open right now? How am I representing HP? Is it a float or is it a integer value? I think it's a float value. Which means I'd have to do some interpolation or I'd have to do some... Come on, where's player at? We're not working on the game. We're not doing code. This doesn't count as a day yet, guys. This doesn't count as a day. We're not doing code. I'm just looking and referencing how things are done right now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we receive damage. Do the alpha. Just set a timer. Hull health. There we go. And there's this whole reactive thing I did. Of course, this message bus thing. But you are afloat. You are a float. Cool. So it means we're gonna have to either interpolate the float and like round it or floor it or something, or we're gonna have partial filling of these segments like this. Like maybe part of it's gonna be grayed out. I don't like that though. I don't like that at all. You get the idea, like half a segment can happen. The player's not going to care. It might be even better to have it be like that, because then you can have more precise indication of where the health is, but I don't know, I kind of like the segment thing. But it's going to be a whole pain in the butt to do. That's the thing. That's the thing. Or maybe not. Whatever. I'm probably going to do it like that. The segment thing. Icon. That was the other thing we're doing. We also have to design the pause UI as well. We have to have some visual, some shape language for this stuff. But I might just like repurpose this. I think we can add more. Like we can try. I might have to expand it to like a 9-segment display or something. Or actually, no. It depends on what I'm trying to do, but to make this alphanumeric, I think I can make this alpha. I think like I need to look at the words I need to spell. This may not work actually. Like words like play would be fine. I could do that easily, but things like return or I could do. Can I even do exit? I don't think so. The T and return would also be not good either because the R. Yeah, some might have to make a separate font that's kind of based off this. That's made for alphanumerics. On the line on the bottom, or is it only in my country? I just kind of prefer the 9 like this. I mean, is this like a deal breaker for anyone else? I don't think. Let me look at a watch or something. 1 second. I have a watch over here. Let's see. Any way I can see a 9 on this right now? Oh, nope, 9 has a bottom on it. I got rid of the bottom because I thought it looked better, but it seems like 9 is on the 9 does have a bottom. One second. Yeah, you have a segment here. That's an easy fix. Okay. I have to fix it in this one too, in the sprite sheet. That's not a big deal. Cool. But yeah, I think I have to make a separate. I have to look at like some other designs that allow or facilitate that. Also, looking at these icons, they're never really filled out. Like they're kind of hollow. Like if I look at do I not have anything here? Or is it on a different tab? Here we go. Like the icons here. Yeah, like see how they're like outlines are not filled in? Or even in like here. Yeah, you don't see big bold shapes. I guess like these squares, but they're simple. Like this icon. I guess maybe there is actually. Yeah, look at the way they do this. They have additional segments for the R. So I'd have to do that. I have to make like a custom one that also has additional segments for special words like that. I think it'd be cool to do that. I should do it. I think I'm just gonna do it. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe instead of having, I don't know, I'm kind of considering making these like outlines instead of filled in. You know, like is that crazy? Is that a crazy idea? Am I cuckoo crazy for Cocoa Puffs? But I don't know, like hear me out. Let's just see where this journey takes us. My favorite childhood saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? And we're gonna make a tolerance be higher. Way higher. Okay, even more higher. There we go. Is that bad? Is it good? Is it alright? I don't know. There's also the option of having it like an inner line like this. Where there's like an outline, but then there's also a fill to it. I'm liking the outline. That just looks kind of sick. I have to modify this one too. The break thing, but we can make that happen. The only detail that's going to be a little bit weird is the lines here, but even then we just fill them in. We just fill it in. Yeah, brother. I'm liking this. Are you guys smelling what I'm stepping in? Only makes it look cleaner. Let's go. It looks great. Yeah, dude. Let's see here. Where'd I go? I might have to make this bigger. That's fine. We can expand. I might have to reposition some of these dots too. Yeah, like that looks cooler, man. Straight up. That looks cooler. That looks way cooler. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger though. But yeah, like this actually looks like something that could appear on your dash in your car. I think that's the big goal here, is that this would look like something that would appear on your car, and I think that this looks way better. Expand this a little bit. And expand this a little bit. Okay. This feels wider. I think I have to move this in a little bit more. Yeah, this seems smaller here. I'll make this wider. It feels like it's going in the right direction. Centering this is a struggle, dude. Every time. There's like no center for this. Maybe I just don't even give it a center one. That looks close enough, close-ish. I don't know, we'll see. I feel like this should... Maybe I'm overstretching, but... What's going on here, guys? Yeah, I'm making some UI. CLE Ton. Looks awesome, and I love the way you mix red and orange. Thank you, Yasmin. Yeah, that's a particular thing. Pure red is like way too strong. I always like use orangish color for the highlights for red things. Came back and those visual improvements are crazy good. Thank you, Woodsy. Yeah, it's for my own game. This is for this game. I'm making mock-ups first before we start implementing it, probably next stream. So I have an older version of it that we did earlier. It's a static mock-up, so it's just a PNG I just threw in there. But if it looked good and if it played good on mobile, which we made a build on mobile as well and tested it there, we're gonna move forward with implementing this. And so far, it seems like we're moving forward with that. Yeah, and the idea is like this should feel like a car dash or something. The maximum speed thing here, I'm not sure. I need to think about how I want to go about dealing with it. There's additional considerations to have with it, but I think I might just keep it very simple. It's just meant to be a very simple little indicator that shows like how far in terms of your maximum in your engine's maximum speed are you, or right, a better way to describe it. It's to indicate your current speed relative to your maximum speed. So you can see, oh, have you accelerated to the max, or is there still room for acceleration? And it'll help give more information about like your current engine setup. Do these change when they get cold? Yeah, they change. That's not right. It has to be consistent. Oh, I need to fix that. That needs to be fixed. Okay. That's more things to do on the code day. Yeah, we can't have that. And that's happened on a sign. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. We might have to encode additional information into the entities or something. But yeah, this is coming together quite nicely. Save. Now I want to think about a bit more about the border, because I want this to, maybe just having it be a black carve out is fine. Like just have it be how it is. I was thinking of maybe even adding like a little bevel to the edges so it feels like it's like a component from an actual physical device. But that's like extra space that's not really important. But it's kind of important to me. that it looks good, but I don't think it's like, maybe we could do like a few pixels just to add to that illusion that this is a just to add to the illusion this is a component in your dash or something. Let me add like some text here, like max or something. Like nothing special. You can kind of intuitively understand what this means, but it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of words here and there. Maybe reduce this distance between these guys. Nope, this needs more space. This just needs to actually have its breathing room. Is it kind of cluttered? Maybe in this corner. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, this kind of fits perfectly though. Like this, the curvature of this allows for this to fit in here. Maybe I lowered a little bit more so it's like a bit more snug, but the idea is there. No, they might think this means max. I don't know. Maybe this is a miss. Or I can try adding some more visual language to kind of tie this to this component. It's not that important, but yeah, it feels like there's enough distance where it feels like this is tied to this. Thank you, Cleto Art. Now I need enemies with AI. Yeah, that's the next thing. I have a basic idea for one. I'm gonna make these one enemy I have in mind. I mean, it's nothing too crazy, but game's not really meant to be a shoot 'em up. It's meant to be more just kind of an obstacle avoider kind of game. But but we afford them some abilities that allow you to kind of treat it like a shoot 'em up. Yeah, like there's some ideas I was playing around with. I'm not sure if I have it here sketched out. It's probably in my notebook. But some simple stuff like having a gunship kind of enemy whose whole, like a sentry really, whose whole thing is just like aiming and shooting projectiles at you. Not fast projectiles, smooth, but they can fill up a lot of space and cause some issues for you. Something very, very simple. It's kind of funny though, because it's going from like traffic obstacles, where it's maybe it's just like this is obstacles just due to us racing through traffic, to know this is like some military grade thing going on here. Like, hey, you didn't put money on your e-pass or whatever, so now we're gonna shoot you down with these guns and have it shoot some like energy balls or something. Maybe give them like some police lights or something. Maybe they're meant to be like kind of a part of a branch of the police. I don't know. Maybe we'll I'm not sure where we'd put the lights, honestly. Beyond like just We can always do the classic cone top thing. Yeah, but something like that. And it can shoot a bunch of different types of projectiles, which will have some cool, fun little properties to them. I think something simple like that would be enough for the purposes of this game. And then I want to do other levels, but I'm not sure if I'm going to have anything specific hazards for those levels. Or maybe like these same entities will behave differently on those levels. So like if you're on a snow world, if this hits you, it just freezes your character and you can't control it for a while. I don't know. There's different possibilities that exist. But I think we just gotta make it happen. Yeah, classic red, that's what I'm thinking, Dante. Some red or blue. We get the idea. This UI should cover the pause menu UI. That's the thing that should happen. One thing at a time. And then we have to have the icon. That's the coin icon we think about. No, I could rotate it. Wasn't my intention. I wish I can keep pressing this node to keep zooming in, but it doesn't do that. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, the coin icon is gonna be simple though. I think we're just gonna do like a circular thing. Like so. I might have to shift this over a little bit. This doesn't have to be bigger because it has to expand dynamically. So this is gonna have to resize depending on. Oh my goodness, I hate UI. There's so much to consider with it. Maybe we just keep it as a black box, or maybe I add a thing to the game that forces you to eventually die. Like maybe that's what we do. So we can actually have like some sort of upper limit, and then I don't have to implement this to be dynamically resizable, but instead we just give you 4 decimal or 4 digit placements because we know that you're not going to live past that. Maybe that's what I do. I can also just do this coin icon like this, but and like draw the side a little bit, but I don't know. I kind of just want to draw a perfect circle, even if it takes up a bunch of space. And then, do we want to use an actual dollar symbol, or do we want to make our own like currency? It's triangle coin, guys. My favorite coin, triangle. I hate that you can't just say coin, because it just makes you think of a crypto coin or something. Oh, the hairbrush? Oh yeah, from this. I mean, this is just kind of there at my desk because I use it on occasion. Sometimes when I'm thinking, I just brush my hair. The background is so sick. What? Oh yeah. Thank you, Yasmin. That was a whole thing, and it still needs to be fixed. But the past 2 streams have been making that the art for that. Yeah, I don't know what I want to depict here. Cudgel you as a circle. Actually, what did I put in the sprites for these coins? Now that I think about it. I didn't realize, like, I made the sprites 5 years ago for the coins from the original version of this game. And I didn't stop to think about what's actually on there. It's just like a circle. It's like a moon type thing. Okay, I made something very ambiguous. I could work with that. I could live with ambiguous. How does that feel? I'm not sure. I don't feel the most convinced. But I think it should be enough of a context clue for people to understand, hey, this is a coin. Or they might think it's shield or something. But we don't have shields in this game. So I think they'll understand, hey, this number goes up when I collect coin. This is probably a coin. Cool. And that's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna make this not red because this is not that important of a metric. And red grabs your attention. I don't want to have too much overload on the user for their attention, especially on like the UI. So I'm just gonna make this be, how are we gonna do this? Nope. Let's think about our, my freaking goodness, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Here we go. Nope. And you're gone now, because this is just UI. And as far as how we're gonna make this work. See, this is why I like drawing a little test version before doing the full thing. Oh my freaking goodness, I'm gonna lose it, dude. I'm gonna lose it. I just want to draw off screen, but because I have a weird mouse coordinate setting on Linux, this is never happy when my mouse goes off screen. And if I don't do that, it's going to be a very slow mouse, and I'm going to hate it. So this is how we live our life. I have to do this. Oh my freaking goodness. Okay. And we have to figure out how we're going to do this indicator. I'm thinking, since I don't want this to be too attention grabby, it's much more just be a minor thing for convenience. We're going to make this like, maybe have like, maybe not pure white, but maybe like a bright gray. Make the tolerance 0. Fill this in. Maybe have like a little bit of red just on this marker here. Just to indicate, hey, this is where your current acceleration's at right now. And then as you go up, it's like you're getting closer to your maximum, and as you go down, it's like you're slowing down. When the context, they'll know, don't worry. Sweet. Thank you, Blake Costa. I'm glad you dig it, man. Yeah, this is Unix, or not Unix. This is just me doing weird stuff. You can, this mouse, so like in Linux, you can set properties on your like you can access the direct properties for your peripherals, right? And this mouse by itself is very slow, so I changed the coordinate space for this so that smaller motions take the mouse further away, or small motions still. Every little motion that this does, it gets amplified, right? That's the whole idea. But because I changed the coordinate setting, it means that certain applications that have like looping, like Blender or here, when it goes off screen, it teleports to a bad angle or to a bad position, which is unfortunate. And it's not a fault of the program, and it's not a fault of Linux, it's a fault of me, because I decided to use an old peripheral and do all this weird stuff with it because I think it's fun and it feels good. And this is what happens on sometimes. Maybe up here we can have like a little extra indicator here. Maybe not as bright though. We can make this a little bit darker, like so. And then have it be like, have some lines here. So that like, hey, as you get closer to here, you get to the red zone, which doesn't really indicate anything bad. Maybe I should not do that, because then people are going to be, I feel like there's going to be some people who see this and get worried that they're going to be actually damaging their vehicle in game. And I don't want that to be the case. So maybe I should just eliminate this, just to avoid confusion. This is good though. This is good. I think I'm happy with this UI. I'm happy with this UI. Yeah, I manually code the whole thing. Here's my general thing about AI. I don't really like talking about this because it comes up a bunch on stream, so that's all I'm going to say about AI. No, I don't use Unreal. I use Unity, and eventually we'll go to my own, but first I need to finish the game. This looks like a good freaking UI, dude. I feel happy with this. Okay. Next thing on the block is going to be the shape language for UI buttons in general. Because we have, in fact, let's quit the game and go to the garage. We need to start making this look good, because this looks like garbage. This looks absolutely like garbage. It's unacceptable for this to remain the way it is right now. So I think this is the next thing we need to start mocking up. In fact, we're going to just do that right now. Before anything else, let me also save, and let me also commit the progress I have in the game. Oh yeah, Berg and refactor time. Cool. That way we don't lose any of our progress. Yeah, we're using i3 right now. We're using some i3. Yeah, there's a garage. That's the whole idea of the game, or the UI, because I wanted this to feel diegetic, like you're actually physically in this world. And I want it to be where you can actually see how your character lives and kind of, just get some insight into them as a character. Yeah, and it's so it's meant to be like you're actually physically in this place and you're modifying stuff there, and yeah, it's the whole idea. But I've been neglecting it, and now it's time we actually start making it good. And I think it'd be cool if this is like sync with time of day in real life as well. So like if it's nighttime where you're at, it's gonna be night in game, and then so on and so forth, and have it sync with seasons. So like when it's Christmas, you'll have the Christmas tree up there, and so on and so forth. And then the ultra cool idea is if we ever add extra characters, if you choose that character, you're not gonna be in the same environment. You're gonna see how their house looks like. So that's the idea. That's the goal for this, is to make it feel like, hey, you're actually in this place, and you're like grounded in this place. I think games are cool when you get like sucked into it, even in little minor stuff like this. So I'm really I just like it. I think this is super cool. But we need to actually have some designs before we can execute on it, to see like how this is gonna look like. Let me actually make a new Sprite file. Is this like Rock and Roll Racing? I haven't played that. I'm so sorry I'm talking so much. I'm mesmerized. No, don't apologize. I like yapping about it. And honestly, I kind of forgot about the garage for a minute, so it was nice that you kind of pointed it out as well. So we need to figure out... This is like a little microcosm, because this is what we're focused on, actually. Let me make a new foil. Does this allow me to deform things in a non-uniform way? Like, are you cool, A-Sprite? Like, I know you're cool, but are you that cool? Where you can, like, do some mesh deformations? I know Clip Paint had it. I don't know if you have it, though. There's Transform. Now it's modifying the selection surface. Come on. Come on. Effects, outlines, convolution matrix, despeckle. Nope. Nothing, none of that. There's adjustments, but that's for like color processing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything to do the type of transformation I want to perform on this, because I want to like flatten this out and just see, hey, how does this UI just look if we look at it straight on? How'd you learn to code? Just Googling, man. Googling, doing projects. And then when I got eventually got a job, I learned a ton from my mentor. Or honestly, just working along other people. But a lot of it's just working on projects personally, on your personal time. Yeah, I can't do the deformation I'm looking to do. That is tragic. I mean, I can still work on this, but it's not going to be the in-game looking thing. I'd have to go into game and like reposition it. Or maybe Krita can let me deform it the way I want to deform it. In fact, you know what, maybe we paste it into Krita first, and then we can modify it there, and then do some doodles to see how we want this to look like. In fact, we need to make a wireframe anyways. So we should probably start with that. We should probably start with a wireframe. That sounds kind of important. Where is this? Where is this? I don't know Krita enough to do. I've long worked in Clip Paint Studio, so moving to a new art application has been kind of disorienting. Okay, here we go. Nope. Nope. No, no, no. You're not gonna do the thing? You're not gonna create a mesh? I'm not seeing a generated mesh, so it's probably... But you'll let me do 3D rotations? Really? Wait a second. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Okay, I can do shearing. I can do shearing. Can I manipulate one corner though? That's what I'm looking after. Shearing is not going to be able to produce the offset that I need to achieve, but this is nice actually. It's nice. It's so easy to access this. I can't get over the fact I can do 3D. I can like almost correct it with this, but to get it more, it's going to be shrunken. That's the problem. It's straight, but shrunken now. I can't have that. Well, this is cool to know. Okay, whatever. You know what? We're just gonna work like this. It's fine. I'm adaptable. We can overcome and work in any circumstance. And I'm gonna make this be half opacity, I think. And we're gonna just doodle on top of it. So this is a general shop thing. There's gonna be things that are a bit different. So there's ones that are gonna be very similar, which is like the whole break in chips. There's additional. Okay, let's just start with this. Let's just start with this. Let's just start with this. Okay, cool. Perfect. So you're gonna have your current. Well, the name is gonna be here, right? So that's a thing we have to include, the name. And then there's gonna be a cost, right? We can use the same icon. We've created this new icon for ourselves. So we can actually just use this, and it can use the 8-segment display thing that we've so graciously made for ourselves. It could be humongous. We have to have a means of indicating that this has been equipped. So I think there's a couple different states this can be in. There's equipped, and that means you currently have it. There's available, meaning you don't have it equipped, but you own it. Or I guess a better way of saying is owned. Then there's available, meaning you don't own it, but you can purchase it. And then there's like locked, like you have to complete some kind of special condition to unlock this part. It was cool, a game on SNES like 30 years ago. Oh really? I should check that out then, Orbital Cracker. The project, I'll show you. Right now I'm doing mostly UI stuff. But yeah, this is the general game, and we're in the process of making UI for it. So this is a mock-up we did today, and then, I mean, it's an old version of that mock-up, but and we have to do UI for this main menu as well, because this default stuff is not cutting it. And right now we're working on making the UI for this, because this is not really acceptable. We should probably have this look much nicer. So that's where we're at right now, and that's where we're sketching here before we actually start going to doing pixel art. Do you ever splurge all over some sprites? Yeah, there's some sprites I just go kind of unnecessarily detailed on. Not as much recently because I'm working at low resolutions, but back in the day I used to like just go crazy with like an animation or something. I want to do some more pixel animations. I love doing pixel art animation, and I haven't had a chance to do it in a while. The stuff we have in this game is pretty subtle and most of it's static, but I'm excited to do Dot Dungeon because we're gonna have like the cool thing about Final Fantasy style combat, or at least turn-based games, is that like the characters' actions they're very character focused. There's a few set of sprites you have to make, and they don't have to be applicable in a bunch of different circumstances. What I mean by that is that, for example, a game that's like top down. Think about A Link to the Past or something. Or even the current game I did before, Messy Mansion. Let me find it. Maybe it's in this tab. I already have it here. Mute. Be like Messy Mansion, for example. If you look at this, right, you can see the player from a bunch of different angles, from the side, front, back, whatever, right? And that means for one state the player's in, you have to have 4 different animations. If the player's going to jump, you have to do 4 animations for that. If they're going to attack, you have to have 4 animations for it. And then for this type of game, there's a bunch of different states the player can be in. So, and I like making this game, but it means like you're kind of limited. There's a bottleneck there. But for a turn-based game, like, I can just make, like, think about it. There's like 2 fundamental states that are going to be constant. There's idle and there's attack. Maybe you have a sprite when they're dead as well, right? And all those states only have 1 animation. So it's not like 3 times 4 animations. No, it's actually just 3 animations. So like, it's going to be great because then I can actually make higher res animations and sprites that I like to do. I find it fun to do that. I'm not sure if I have done much of that recently. Let me see if I can find any here. But I don't think I've posted stuff online in a while. No. Mostly low res stuff. But I've done like higher res things like this, and that's cool. I'm not gonna go as that high, but you get the idea. But yeah, it's exciting. Like I really want to do a game where I can just pop off with art and pixel animation and rendering, but one thing at a time. Like the way I'm thinking about it, and I need to control myself because I need to finish this game first. I can't think too much about this other game. But there's a game called Unicorn Overlord. I never played it, but the little clips I see of the animation is like super freaking cool. And I think I want to do something not the same way. I'm not going to do tweened animations. It's going to be hand animated, but the same type of presentation for the characters. Like, I want to try doing pixel art that doesn't look like I want it to seem illustrated almost. And not only that, but in my engine I'm going to be able to do like the cool like dynamic lighting that you have here, where you have parts of the sprites are going to be rim lit. There's an ambient color lighting that's also applied to it as well, and a bunch of other different effects. So like, it's still going to be 2D, but like, I'm going to be afforded the ability to kind of go a bit more Hamburglers with it. So, yeah, it's kind of I want to do it. I really want to. But first we gotta walk before we run, right? Akira, I'm not going to talk about that topic. I already mentioned at the very beginning my thoughts on it. Did I do any training classes? Not really. I have one lecture on this YouTube channel about pixel art fundamentals, but Not much beyond that. We do have a Discord, so you can ask questions and stuff like that, but I'm much more willing to answer questions there. And go in the weeds too, because text is a bit easier to be able to do that. But as far as formal classes, not really. I used to do mentorships with students from my university, and I might still try. I don't know. I might try doing a mentorship program with this Cozy Cabin game stuff. But we'll see. I used to take like cohorts of like 3 people. It's a bit different though, because at least in that case, like they're in the university and they're going through classes and there's kind of a structure. I can kind of assume certain things are happening. I've never done it with someone who's like not like in college and doing that kind of thing. Or I think I've done it with some friends before, but nothing too extensive. You have the block for description. And then we have like a little preview icon as well. Maybe this is not a preview of the item. It's, I don't know. Maybe this will be a preview. So like if you have a haul, it's going to display like the a preview of this body there. The description is going to be there, and then there's like the balance for how much it costs. Oh yeah, we're working on this though, equipped, and having some iconography for this. Because I don't want to have text. I just want to have some symbol that's indicates what you're doing. These states though, I'm trying to think of like maybe a skeuomorphic representation for the idea of equipping something versus owning something versus being able to purchase it, and versus like it's locked. Like lock is a simple idea of like, hey, you can have this kind of symbol in there. Available, I'm not sure. We can do cash or coin or something to indicate you can purchase it. Owned and equipped is where things get a little fuzzier for me. I don't know, maybe we can do like card or something. No, but you have coins for a reason. Like we already have the symbol there in the game. Let's just recycle it. So these two, distinguishing between equipped, like you currently have it on, versus owned. Since 2 weeks ago, your pause in game looks great. Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah, we had I think the stream earlier this week where we did that. It was actually pretty quick to get it up and running. Why have this much attention to detail and time into task when it could be done by a real purpose, like building real world buildings, maybe even blueprint? Well, here's the thing, Braulio. This is my hobby. I do it for fun. I have a day job as a software engineer that I think does provide utility to society. But even then, even if I didn't have a day job where I'm providing some kind of value in the way you're thinking about it, I think these types of things are still beneficial in and of themselves. I mean, yeah, working in a hospital is important, right? Healing people and fixing them is important, right? But what's the end of fixing people? It's so that they can enjoy life and continue enjoying life. And part of enjoying life is partaking in art, enjoying entertainment, stuff like that. Those are avenues of life that people find meaningful and derive joy from. So I think it does provide some utility to people. And then even beyond that, how do you think people get to doing those kind of things, right? I mean, I only got into software engineering because of games. And had I not worked on projects like this, I would never have gotten the job I currently have. And the best way to practice software engineering is by working on projects that you find enjoyable. And you'll be surprised how things like this overlap. So, I think there's a lot of utility within working on a game, both for personal experience as well as, the experience that it brings people. So, that's your answer. What's going on, Spartan? Good to see you, man. I feel like it's been a minute. I need one that's good to sit in for hours. I don't even know the type. I just got something from Office Depot. It lets you recline backwards and stuff. It's like leather. That's about it though. I have a seat cushion I use. I should probably get a new one, but I don't know. What am I going to use for this? For owned versus equipped. What do you do for work? I keep that private. I just do software engineering. I'm glad you're making a game like this. Thank you, Yasmin. I'm enjoying this process. Sometimes we get stuck like this. So what's something in life that can be in this state of equipped or owned? There could be things like, I don't know, an object and a container, and then the object's in the container. That's not very specific. There's a USB that's not plugged in, and then a USB that is plugged in. That's an idea. I'm gonna stick with that. That's actually something we can work with, though I'm not sure if a USB is what I want to use specifically here. There's a light bulb, so you can just have a light bulb that's out of the socket, so it's clearly off. But then you can have it where it is plugged in and it's bright. Checkbox owned. Open box but no checkbox. Can you fix? You need a partner to create something and make money. Well, my goal isn't really to make money, and I kind of enjoy making all parts of the game myself. I do reach out to some friends sometimes for help, but this is more for my enjoyment. So this one, you said checkbox, which I think even in the current version we have, I think that's the basic thing we have here. No, it's just green equipped. Okay, no checkbox. And then a box, but so like this. Oh, I see what you're saying. Or maybe this can be even simplified down to hey, this is just empty. This is, maybe, no, we just leave it like this, honestly. I actually like this a lot. I think this is the simplest thing. I think that's the simplest thing we can go with. And have it read nicely. Yeah, I think I think this is what we're gonna go with. And then we have these 3 buttons, which are supposed to have some kind of function. I think the one's supposed to be like an up arrow, one's supposed to be a down arrow, and then one's supposed to be like a selection button. Maybe I slide these up here. because state is kind of, what if I don't want to do the preview here, but maybe I get rid of this, have this actually represent the state of it, or I don't know, I'm not sure where I want to place these actions, because I want to place this contextual state here with the balance, so that when you press buy or select or whatever this is, you see the action you're about to do, and you see like the cost of this object. If I put the state here, like let's say, hey, this is the purchase option, so it's available for purchase, right? Like it's, you see how it's like disconnected, like the action to initiate the action, this is where you initiate the action, but the actual communication of what you're gonna do is right here, and also like the cost of it's down here. Like that's really far away, and I don't like that actually. I want to have things that are related be physically close to each other, so it's very clear on the outset what you're about to do. So I think what we're going to do instead, I'm going to do some reorganization, is have the balance be here. Or actually, we have the cost here. So let's keep all the monetary stuff together. So we're going to have, and I said this is the vegetables, guys. This is the vegetables of game deving. Not everything can be fun, cuckoo crazy art or animation or whatnot. Sometimes you just gotta deal with logistics. You gotta deal with your communication with the player. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the up arrows and the down arrows be together like this, because there's very little impact or consequences to this. Like it's not, there's no severe consequences from this. The purchase button is going to be down here separate, or the interact button, because you can use it to equip stuff. The current state of it is going to be on the screen next to it, like so. So if it's like, you know, ready for purchase, it's going to show up there. And then maybe even have this be a little bit further. No, not mirror. I want to select. What button is to select? I don't know what button is to select. Okay. Oh, this is the thing I'm looking for? No. I thought it was the deformation, the mesh deformation thing. I was about to get so angry. I was like, I was looking for you. Oh man. Is this it? Oh no. That creates something. Okay, that's something else. You gotta be up here somewhere. You cannot be like this obtusely far away. What? That's a square. Or a selection. I don't know. With player, yep. And are you sure you want to purchase item control panel? Yes or no? I'm not sure if I want to do that. Like if you're going to the garage, it's to do that kind of thing. I don't know, maybe it's worth doing that. Okay, here we go. What shortcut are you? Control R. Okay, now we know for the future. Control R for that, and then... See, ASmart is such a great application. I don't gotta worry about this. It's so fast and easy breezy CoverGirl to get things going. Okay, where is the move tool? Control R and then T. So I'm gonna move this down here. So I guess the one thing that could be an issue is that like you have this chips button. So maybe you might accidentally press this while going for your chips, but I think it should be fine. Okay. Can I deselect? I would sure like to deselect. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to change all the shortcuts here. This is not gonna jive with me. Okay, cool. So you have description. That's fine. Description, we have name. We're gonna have the item preview here. I think that's actually perfectly fine. I think this works better. Okay, I would like to have 90%. Thank you. Or 100%. And this will be whatever it is. So if it's a hull, it's going to display the hull. We still need to do art visuals for the engines, but we'll deal with that later. And then finally we have, I'm going to put the cost here. And then I'm going to put the cost here. And then the action you're going to do. And then if there's no cost because you own it, this should disappear and this should move over to be like this. You die for a CRT monitor, you can get it, man. It's you'll be surprised how cheap you can find them. I got this for like $50. What if I do the cost up here? No. So I'm gonna have this be you know, I think I'm always gonna keep the cost here and then have the balance be over here, and then the text for balance is gonna be like offset. And then what I'm gonna do here, this is gonna be usually blank because this is gonna be suffice for most of what we need to do. But then when it comes to engine, I want to show the curve. I know we talked about making a shader for the Hermetic formula for the curve. That's gonna be a whole thing. But I think it's gonna be cool to be able to show them like the actual curve for your engine's performance, so you can see how it looks. I'm gonna have to think about how I'm gonna go about doing this though. I think I might just, there's a simple way. I was gonna do like an analytical approach where we extract the formula from the curves and chunk the coefficients and everything to the shader and then do it analytically. But I think instead what I might do is just on the CPU side compute, like sample the value at various increments, pass that into an array and pass into the shader, and then have it populate histograms with that. I think that's gonna be like the simplest way to do this. And of course these are gonna be our 7-segment displays, which we can recycle here. And then I'm gonna we have a font that we're using for this, but honestly, I think I might even just make my own dot matrix font. If we're making my own font renderer, I think I'm just gonna make my own font for this then too, and use that. But I think this is the layout. I think this is how we're going to do things. I think this is how things are going to work and how we're going to display things in the UI. I actually feel quite good about this. Let's save it. What grade are you doing right now? Just designing and concepting the UI. Is its own field in of itself. Yeah, no, UX and UI are a whole different thing. Like there's zero UX going on here. This is just me guesstimating how we're gonna go about one second, let me find something. Oh, there's already document 0. Yeah, I'm gonna override it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole thing to it. When I see people at like my job who do that, I'm like, it's magical what they do. I don't have the eye nor the mental, the design brain for this kind of stuff. And there's like a methodology too for actually properly UX and testing this, but we're not doing that at all. So I'm just making a game that makes sense to me for the most part, and we're gonna just hope it works for most people. And now we have to think about the buttons too, but I wanted to do like actual 3D buttons, but I think we're just gonna do 2D sprites and then overlay it on a 3D object like we're currently doing. I think it's gonna be the simplest thing. Now that we have this sketched out though, there is some considerations about, we can just do like a CRT background, have it be like dark, and then like have, the thing is like I want this to feel almost like it's not a CRT, but rather a bunch of components thrown together. Like there's a bunch of VFDs here, and then there's like this display here, or I guess kind of like no, I guess kind of like this, but these are still sharing like one screen. I want it to feel like there's actual physical like individual modules slapped together to compose this image you're seeing. But I think this might be fine as is. I think this would actually just be fine as is. And this is the optional one that's going to come in online or offline when you're doing something that isn't engine or brakes. Okay, I like this. I like this. This is good. This is good. I'm already thinking about how I'm going to architect this, because I think I'm going to make it like a dedicated function for these, so we can export stats in a very uniform fashion, as well as add flavor text to it. But I think this is good, so I'm going to yoink this. Oh, I mirrored it. I was like, what happened there? I'm going to yoink this, and we're going to start designing. I'm sorry, I believe I selected. Thank you. Yeah, goodbye. And I'm gonna shrink. Are we gonna shrink it, or actually, am I gonna work at this level? I think I might work at this level, honestly. I guess it'll be similar-ish in terms of screen real estate, so I think this is actually perfectly fine. I'm going to just design it like very, as if we're facing it forward, and then we can go from there. I think I do need to define like some kind of boundary for this, but that's not a big deal. What's going on? For what? For a game. Here's the game. I have this UI here that's very underbaked, so we're going through the process of actually designing what the UI is going to look like for this game, so that we can stop looking like a game jam and actually start looking like a proper, start feeling like an actual proper game. Nothing wrong with game jam. There's some impressive stuff coming out of game jams. I'm talking about game jams by my standard. My Game Jam games usually look like this. I don't want to look like this anymore. I want it to look good. I want to do better, to look better. And there's some more state information we need to fix when we do pause, but we can fix that later. But yeah, she's coming together. She's coming together. Yeah. Little by little, the game's coming together, man. It's not fair the genetics basically decided my whole life by not making me smart enough to understand any of this while you're born with IQ to understand. Also, I'm 5'6". I don't think it's a matter of that, dude. I don't think it's a genetic component at all, man. Like, there's things that affect it. But, I think there's a lot that's actually possible. Like, I thought I was super dumb and wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff. And in fact, I kind of stagnated for a long period of my life because I assumed I was too dumb for a lot of this stuff and didn't even try. But you'd be surprised if you've used the right analogy, the right metaphor to kind of bridge the gap and kind of come to an understanding. How much is possible, man? But if you start off with the idea that, hey, this is impossible and I can never do it, then it's just going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. And honestly, you kind of have to make yourself a little delusional to start doing, because a lot of this stuff, like, a lot of times where you have this growth is when you get put in a position where it's like either you do or you fail. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to describe it. Because I'm thinking about game jams. That's how I didn't get started there, but like I got into that early on, and if I was too self-critical about it, I wouldn't have done it. Like here, for example, right? My first game jam, I was 14 years old, and the game jam was specifically meant for people who are 18 years or older. Not because they're doing adult stuff. It's just that they're like, hey, we want to be able to have beer and stuff and whatnot. But it was a very clean environment. So there's this event. It's a game jam. It's an event where you make a game within 48 hours, and it's filled with professionals. It's meant for people who are actually adults. And I was 14 years old, and I just knew some game maker from my own experience Googling and trying to make projects, and a little bit of pixel art, that I've been doing on my personal time. And if I was super hypercritical about myself, I wouldn't have even tried to do that. But if you allow yourself to be delusional, you go, okay, I want to go to this. I need to go to this. I absolutely have to do this thing. And I ended up reaching out to the event guy and being like, hey, can I still go even if I'm not? And they let me go. That's crazy. And I went to this event where the first team I worked with were a guy who's a really great pixel artist who made self-published his own indie game that was successful. And there's a Google engineer on that team, or I think 2 Google engineers. A guy who's a crazy writer who wrote 20 pages within 2 days. A great musician, concept artist, all this kind of stuff. And I'm just this 14-year-old kid who doesn't know jack about squat. And I went to this thing, and our game failed. It didn't. We got to the end of the game jam, and it broke when we went to display. It didn't. All that work, and we couldn't show anything. But everyone was just happy just to be partaking in the process. And even when it failed, we all laughed and had a good time about it, right? But here's the thing. Had I not done that, I wouldn't have made important contacts. I wouldn't have gotten my first tech job. Like, what, 5 or 6 years later after that? It's crazy. But you have to be, a little delusional and not be super negative about yourself. Because if you're super negative about yourself, you're going to fulfill the prophecy and you're going to miss out on opportunities that could change things. And honestly, a lot of these opportunities aren't even due to like necessarily just skill. Like, you got to have some competency, but a lot of times it's just, hey, are you like a decent person, and can you like have good relationships with people? And you know, you'll be surprised what comes from that, not only in terms of work but also just learning stuff from people. A lot of my growth has been like, hey, I don't know jack about squat, can you teach me? Can you, like, what is this, what is that? So yeah, don't be super negative, don't be self-negative. Just focus on what you like. If you like making games, do it, man. Fall in love with the process. Enjoy every step. Enjoy getting a character to move across a screen. Like, if you get excited by that, then you're gonna get excited about the next milestone, and then you get excited about the next milestone. So yeah, that's like that's the way I think about it. And I think if you approach it that way, you're going to enjoy the process a lot more because you're not focused on the end result, but rather just the journey there. And B, you're going to find that you're actually going to make a lot more progress by doing that because you actually enjoy the process. Like, I think it's come up before on stream, but there's people who ask, like, how do you get into programming to make money? And it's like, well, first you have to like it, because if you don't like it, you're not gonna there's a bunch of things that are gonna happen. It's gonna be very hard for you to be motivated to actually get good at this, because to get good at anything requires a lot of time, right? And B, let's say you force yourself through it. Like, great, you didn't enjoy it, but you force yourself through it. But once you do get a job, like, how are you gonna stay motivated to keep learning and growing? Because it's not enough just to get the job. You got to keep improving, man. Researching, looking at things, like, that's how you improve and advance and open up more opportunities for yourself. I just have like two? Okay, I have 2 windows. That's why I'm getting confused and hopping around. And these fit perfectly. So this is actually a perfect fit. Nice. But yeah, I mean, that's the general idea. Hopefully this encourages you, man. Encouraging, yeah, let's go. That, yeah, hopefully it's of some encouragement to, like, just keep doing it, man. Like, I think we described it a while ago, but it's like, those who desire do. And I think now of all times in history, like, there's the least amount of barriers to actually learn whatever you want to learn, whether it be programming or something else like woodworking, right? Whatever it is, there's so many resources nowadays for anything you could possibly wish to do. And it's just a matter of doing it. Yeah, this come together. Hopefully, I didn't mean to turn this into a little tangent, but I think it's important to not be self-critical. So, That's the gist of it. And I think we need a little bit more too here for the cost. You like the yapping? Please continue. Well, I think I got most of the stuff I had in mind out, but yeah, it's kind of fun talking about it though, because I get like some good memories from when I used to go to game jams and meet with people. It was great because I was like young and really inexperienced, and you feel like you have something to prove and all that. I should probably go back to a game jam one of these days. I haven't gone to them in like years, maybe even a decade at this point. Would it be a decade? No. Half a decade. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to do that because what I'm interested on is not short-term little projects. Those are great when you're like trying to learn and grow. But right now, I have something else I want to prove to myself, which is, can I actually execute the bigger ideas I have in my mind that like kind of keep me up at night? Short projects are fun, but I think I feel confident enough in my skills. Or the only thing that really interests me is the long-term stuff. In all honesty. Yeah, I think it'd be fun if I wanted to try doing something new, but maybe I was thinking about maybe doing a game jam one day where I just use my own engine and see how far I can get with it. How far can I get using my own game engine in a jam? But yeah, like in general, it's I don't know, I'm in a different place in my life, man. I know I talked about hosting a game jam in the Discord though, and that's something I still want to do. Let's call this UI shop concept or mockup. Dude, this is like, once we got this done, it just kind of opened the doors for everything else. Because now it's just super easy to just use this as a building block for everything else in this display. And have it inform everything. Like I might be able to just do a static image and just slap this on there. Balance. If I was more of a stickler, I would actually be caring about having proper spacing, but you know, it's 3:19 in the morning. I'm not gonna lie, I slept a lot. I had to take I think I started having a bit of a, not burnout, I wouldn't describe it as that, but I think I started burning the candle at both ends. I had to take a day off from work, and like I just slept, dude. Like I slept for like 12 hours. I was up for 2 more hours and then went back to sleep, slept another 12 hours. It was gnarly. And that only usually happens when I'm just gassing it a little too much. But it's not bad though. Balance. Can I spell balance correctly? When I actually have real burnout, like actual real, honest to goodness burnout, it's way different than that. It's like, not only do I sleep like crazy for a week at least, but I also, when I'm awake, it doesn't feel like it's real. Like I feel like I'm still in a dream. It's It's the strangest thing ever. Yeah, I still remember when I got burnt out with working on Messy Mansion and doing the weekly, because I was doing like weekly builds while also competing in the audio competition, and then on top of that, I'm still have my day job, right? So I totally gassed myself during that, and during that period, I just could not force my brain to work on code or anything, and I was just wiped out that week. And I was having that whole thing I mentioned of just like, I'm awake, but it feels like I'm still asleep. It's a very weird thing. But it's like, alright, now I know my limits. Like, I can go really hard for a long time, but it turns out I am still human. I don't have infinite stamina. It's tragic. Where's my inhaler? Encouraging. Let's go, dude. My own engine? Yeah, dude. You got it. I showed it a little bit earlier, but yeah, I think it's great to do it. I wouldn't call myself a Terry Davis though. Engines are very like you can do a simple engine very quickly. You'd be surprised. Making an OS though, that's insane. That's insanity. That is crazy impressive stuff. Yeah, Terry is a one of a kind dude, man. I don't think I would ever get to that level. And even my engine is very simple. Like that, technically, as far as what I'm implementing, it's nothing crazy. Like I'm not doing anything like it's a simple 2D engine, to be honest. The only thing that's novel about it is that I'm designing it to be very specific to how I like interacting with things, where I can just like use Vim motions for everything and be free to like I can modify any asset in the engine through plain text in a very easy manner. Like I like having that ability to just be, hey, I know what I'm about. I could use the editor I've built for myself, but I could also just modify the text file and it'll be pretty simple and easy. I like that. I like having that power. What are we gonna do for the text here? What are we gonna do for text? Also, balance is kind of a crazy thing now that I think about it. Because it could just 9999 out. Like it could get really bad really quickly, depending on how much you save. Maybe I should make it so like cost is never too crazy big. Is someone gonna get that to 10,000 coins? Probably, honestly. I can see someone getting 10 million coins. I might have to work with rarity. Well, this is front end. We can always modify the front end later. Love the way it's looking. Thank you, Lily Guitar. It's good to see you. Yeah, we also have the other UI for in-game, which is coming along pretty lovely. And eventually we're going to be able to do the whole scoreboard thing. I still, look, seeing this go just makes me endlessly happy. Like we actually have 7-segment displays working. I mean, just the assets, but I mean, this is famous last words, but I feel like it's going to be super easy to implement this, so I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. I need to sleep, but this is such a relaxing stream. Sleep, Syndicate. It's It's all good. Rest. Rest. Enjoy your rest. If you fall asleep while watching, that's perfectly fine. Or if you just want to go straight to bed, it's all good. It's all gravy. I appreciate you just popping in. XRP. What's XRP? World's Free Speech. Let's see here. We're not working with that much real estate. We have to make a few variations of this too, because you have to have an icon for when they're, for all the states we mentioned previously, which is going to be like we have the green, like it's, oh my goodness, we have this, no. We have to do different variations. We have this one. We also have, what do we have here? We have the empty checkbox one, which is like just this, I think. Oh, you know, I can leave it grayed out. So it's like, hey, this is available to be checked marked, but it isn't checked marked. I actually like that a lot. And then we have the one where it's available to be purchased, which, I mean, if we're doing this properly, you'd actually have them all overlaid on top of each other. But then this would get messy very quickly. So I think we're going to just take some liberties here and say, hey, we're going to do what's best for the game. Best for the game. It is still a video game. I can make the decisions I want to make with it. Is that correct? I think this is looking correct. Okay. Very nice. And a simple little symbol here. For purchase, and then there's a locked symbol as well, which I think for the first iteration of the game I might not even do that either. So I might just leave this as is. And then you know what? For this, because we did the we made these hollow, and I like the look of that. So I think I might do the same thing here, where this is not filled in entirely, but rather this is going to be somewhat hollow as well. Yeah, I like that. Did you finish the last game, the one you wrapped around a sphere? No, this is for that game actually. This is for this game. This is the UI for this one. Yeah, we're currently mocking it up so that we have a mock-up for the in-game UI for this. So this is an early draft of it. But then I also have we're making the UI for this right now, so to actually make it look pretty, because you can have all the functionality in the world, but there's also an importance to making things look good. So we're doing that right now. I'm not counting this as part of the days, because I'm only counting days where I'm programming, like actually building the game and its assets and everything. But things like this, we're designing or just crunching through some assets, I don't really count that, or I'm not counting that. But we're getting close. I can feel like the end is coming soon. I can feel like we're getting closer to the precipice of the game's completion. 1, 2, 3, before. We could actually have it be overlaid if we do it like this. That's actually perfectly feasible. So we still have like the feeling like, hey, this is an actual physical thing that has multiple overlapped layers on it. Oh, I actually like this. This makes me very happy. Yeah, because it has that illusion of like, hey, this is a real display, and it only has a certain number of overlapped segments. I mean, we have the lock thing that's going to break everything, but we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to pretend like we live in a happy place where these are not real concerns or issues that I have to worry about. Nice. Cool. I'm liking this. So far. That's lovely, Cozy. Zero hasn't been around today. Yeah, thank you, Syndicate. I appreciate it. Love the improvement. Thank you. Thanks, Splashy. Or is Splashy. I appreciate it. 6 a.m. here, but I'm enjoying the Yap session. Let's go. Thank you, Yasmin. I'm glad someone enjoys it. How about making a chess game with a good UI? Oh man, I'm not sure if I want to do chess. I never got into chess. I only recently learned like the rules of chess, which is kind of embarrassing, but I guess it is what it is. I guess maybe remaking chess would be kind of a fun project. Like you said, like with good UI. But I don't know. It's something I feel like it's been done already. And time is so limited. I really want to do Dot Dungeon. I'm thinking about the kind of story I want to do with it too. I've been looking at like there's like the different ways of like there's a bunch of different narratological structures that you can draw upon. Something I found very interesting is the idea of like these 4 structures or genres or categories where they kind of exist on opposite spectrums of each other. Where you have comedies and then tragedies, you have romance, and you have satire. And they don't mean what you normally mean. Like, I mean, we're not talking about comedy in the same sense as like a, I don't know, Will Ferrell movie, or a romance like a, you know, a chick flick type thing. Now, they have like a very particular meaning in terms of like, in terms of what they represent. Where like romance is like very much about good triumphing over evil, and it's structured around a quest or an ordeal or a big challenge that must be overcome. And on the flip side, you have satires, which are kind of marked by kind of the opposite of it, right? Where it's very cynical about the concepts of good triumphing over evil, and they're focused upon attacking or dismantling that, and they can point out realistic evil, but it's never overcome. At least not in the way that's done in romance, but usually it's not. It's like fundamentally part of satire in that sense. And then there's comedies where the idea is it's like rehabilitating like a character who's an outcast of society. And on the flip side, you have like a tragedy where it's like taking a heroic figure and then breaking them down to a lower level. So it's kind of interesting, those 4 different types of ways of categorizing narratives. And I'm thinking about like, what do I want to do with the story of Dot Dungeon? Like, of course, it's gonna be like, this is the type of games, the type of game it is. I've been thinking about it purely mechanically, right? But that's just that's it, just mechanics. I wonder what kind of story is gonna frame it. How are we going to what do you want to depict within that medium? That's what I'm interested in. Yeah. There's a whole book about this kind of stuff. I'm only just like this. I'm giving you like a super simple Sparks Notes things, but there's like Northrop Frye and Critical Method, and he goes way more into this. Where you have like, yes, the modes. Some of it's what we talked about, romantic versus. Let's go down here. Yeah, myth, romance, high mimesis and low mimesis. And then there's like these other different matrices about like different alignments versus different parts of the world you're dealing with, whether it be the divine, human, animal. And I think there's like a graph that kind of talks. Yeah, here we talk about like this diagram that's like it's tying these 4 different types of genres to, or I don't know, modes to seasons. Or spring is comedy and summer is romance, and then tragedy is autumn, and irony and satire and winter. And you can see how they're kind of opposed to one another because they're kind of representing the opposite of what the other represents. It's an interesting thing. Like, there's some stories that are kind of both, or comedic romance, where it's good overcoming evil, and the protagonist is someone who's, who's been destitute from society, but their whole narrative arc is them reintegrating into society in one form or fashion. It's very interesting. I'm not a writer. Definitely not a writer, but it's something I'd like to learn how to do. Or not even learn how to do, but something. A better way to describe it is it's a medium I want to explore. It sounds like fun, and I never tried it really, outside of like basic poetry in high school. Oh, I'm gonna look more into this. Definitely, Yasmin, give it a look. It's interesting. There's a good YouTube video about this kind of stuff, about tied to Final Fantasy. I kind of learned about it just from that video specifically. Though these concepts are not something that's foreign to me. I have heard of this before. But the way the video describes it makes it... It's a nice framing. And it's a nice example of the usage of this as well. This seems too small, but maybe we want to have that kind of fine grain. This is going to be like a matrix. That's what this is going to be. In fact, let's just paint this as what it is, a matrix. So I'm going to make this. I used to be really into, like, literary analysis was cool, and I used to read way more. I kind of regret not doing it as much lately. I was reading through, what was it? Brave New World. I still need to finish it. But I really enjoyed it. I kind of regret how much social media has kind of like broken my my attention span. I kind kind of need to go. I need to go back to being like a hermit, where I come out of my cave just like I have everything uninstalled on my phone, and my phone is always really far away from me, and I only engage with this stuff when I'm just doing something creative. But is there like too much colors here for this display? I worry we might be like overloading it. I don't know. But you can see like the histogram we were producing here based off of the curve. In fact, it's going to be kind of similar to, yeah, these almost. I want to see some more of this. That's good. You see the underlying like grid pattern, hexagonal grid pattern that's there. Yeah, that has the lines like that. But no, nothing quite like this matrix. Maybe it might be too high resolution. But maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine actually. This is just a mock-up. I just need to have enough just to sell myself on if I like the way this is being depicted or not. I think this should be fine. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Mods, did you next the girl with all the hearts? Was it a bot? Which one? I know there's Anuska, but she did. I don't think she's a bot. She's not a bot. I just haven't seen her in a while though. It's been a fat minute. Just had to brush my hair a little bit. Have you ever read Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson? My favorite book? No, but you know what? I'll add it to my list. In fact, let me Google it so I don't forget it. What was it called? Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. Okay. Novel. You know what? I'm just gonna purchase it. I want to build my library. I still want to finish. I need to finish the Three Musketeers as well. I need to find it though. I had it, and then I lost it. By Alexandre Dumas. So, out of curiosity though, what kind of is there a specific genre kind of fits into? Like sci-fi or fantasy or whatnot? Or is it one of those? Is it like an artistic book? I mean, I guess everything's kind of artistic, but there's some books that are very much like I can't really put into any category except like it's just art. I'm going to sleep, sadly, but I just wanted to tell you how fun it was watching you go from drawing a screw to explaining about romance. I hope to listen to more yapping next time. Definitely, Yasmin. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you watching and appreciate the company and your input, and also like just getting excited about the garage too. I don't know. It's kind of cool when someone else gets excited about what I'm working on, because it gets me excited and it makes me kind of motivated to keep working on it. Like when you work on something, it's kind of easy to forget how cool an idea is, and it becomes kind of either mundane or you take it for granted. But yeah, hope you have a good one. All right, rest well. There's a comment with 20 plus heart emojis, no white space. Really? Where? When? I don't recall that happening at all. Huh. Well, I guess they're not there anymore? I don't know, we'll see. I'm also very bad at reading chat. I get so wrapped up in what I'm doing. I'm not gonna fill out this matrix. This is enough for me to understand what's gonna happen. So we had the yellow displays here so that the colors can be very distinct from each other and you can just tell at a glance what these things do. Do I keep doing that here? Like have yellow be for yellow for the cost and then white for like the engine profile or something? I kind of wanted to make this monochromatic, but maybe we don't. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about like actual game implementation of this because I just realized that no matter what, we're gonna have to like repartition a lot of this stuff anyways. Arch Linux? Nah, I'm not. Sadly, I'm not cool. I'm just using Ubuntu. It's great how this game is very much a blank canvas. Its creative freedom is so interesting. Yeah, it's kind of nuts. I mean, it's kind of a problem though, right? So like, you'll find in creative endeavors that the less restrictions you have, the more you can kind of go crazy in terms of choosing what the identity of this thing is going to be. Like, unless you have a vision from the outset. But even then, you have to like keep anchoring yourself down to that vision, or else like it's so easy to get flown around. Like I've almost pivoted this project into a number of different ideas, and I had to spend a bunch of nights where like I'm like, there's some times where I was like, I don't know what's happening with this game. I don't know what direction I'm going to take it. I'm not sure if it's even fun and if anyone's going to enjoy it and if my design is actually any good. I think it's something that a lot of designers go through, but yeah, it's something I was like facing. And only now that things have kind of started to settle do I have that kind of clarity and a bit more confidence in terms of what we're doing. No, honestly, it's kind of wild, but it's like now that we've kind of continued like following through with their initial idea and vision, is where it's like now it's starting to get clear. Also, the camera went out. Sorry if it was like that for a while. I'm way too indecisive myself and overthink everything to the point where I wouldn't progress at all. Yeah, it happens to me too, man. I think the thing that was helpful for this game is that like I made the thing that's helpful, or the thing that kind of railed me or kind of kept me on the guardrails was that I implemented, like I had the first stream where we just designed the fundamental game loop, and then I implemented the entire architecture for that, like up front. And then like, because I already implemented everything, there's kind of a big cost to go back and refactor it. So it's stuck. So there's only so much I could do without having to do a crazy amount of work. So I'm not sure that's the best advice I can give. Maybe it's not even advice. I'm just telling you what happened here. But hey, guys, just commit yourself to the first and only idea you have, implement it entirely, and then just ride or die it. Because you can't change it, or you could change it, but then you'd have to rewrite a bunch of stuff. And who wants to do that? Not me. So, yeah, that's a recipe to success, right? I mean, jokes aside, though, I think the game is pretty, like, it was good that the game was kind of, had a very, like, in the very beginning, we had a very defined idea of what it was going to be. And that's kind of what kept things railed in. Like, I can't deviate too much from it. So that's kind of kept me sane. There's also like that fog where, like, I don't know, the smaller scope your game is, the more you can kind of see clearly the entire path through it. the bigger the game is, the more you have to kind of make a lot of these big decisions up front, or else you can allow yourself to wiggle. And then if you wiggle, you start wobbling. And if you wobble, you can get into a death wobble, where the game just does have no identity, and it's just kind of anything and everything, but nothing at the same time. Yeah, we're gonna see how Dot Dungeon's gonna pan out after this. We're gonna see how the Dot Dungeon's gonna pan out once I get to it. Okay, this is starting to look good. This is starting to look like something. It's starting to look like UI. And this is what is this graph again of? Let me go into the actual code. Engine, animation curve, acceleration profile. That's a big word. But it is determining how fast you accelerate as you reach your top speed. Or actually, is that really what it is? When you sample the animation curve, it's like a velocity profile. It's like how fast velocity increases. Wait, what? One second. Where do we use this? Usage. Find usages. And we use the input of current velocity magnitude. And this is going to be acceleration, which is used for... Okay, so it's actually used for determining acceleration, not velocity. Okay. So what do we call this then? I mean, we could just call it engine profile. We should probably label some axes though, but I'm not sure what to label them. Rate of velocity is acceleration. No, I know. Well, it's delta velocity. But this is determining like the acceleration they're going to apply based off the current normalized velocity. So there might be some engines where like in the very start it has a slow acceleration, but then it might have a high top speed. There might be others that have like different weird humps. Or some that like the way we're designing this game, that's how we're doing it. Not bad for 5am. Yeah, it's kind of nuts actually. Well, 3:45 for me, but you get the idea. I'm using Aseprite Lion Bishop. Okay, let's see what we're gonna do here. And this is bad. We done bad. There we go. I'm probably gonna make a type font for this as well. But it's a mock-up, so we can directly draw the text for now, and to see if we like it. And then if we like it, then we can commit to making a proper type font for this. How big is 4 pixels? Yeah, 4 pixels. I don't like that. We're gonna do some curves. We're gonna have curves. Pro, and then I'm gonna use this. I feel like these should be wider, but I think we're occupying the correct amount of time or space, so I think maybe I'm just being self-critical. Nope. This feels, it's an odd numbered thing, so we have to insert an extra one. I see now. I see. Okay. Not sure how I like the text, the way it's formatted right now, but yeah, right now it just feels too abstract. These feel like more like it's actually a physical thing. This just feels kind of tacked on there, so I'm not sure what we're gonna do with that. Thank you, Liverpool. I'm Eastern Standard Time. You're Eastern Standard Time? Okay. That means you're like, yes, it's close to 5 for you then. That makes sense. I like this dithered pattern thing we have going on here. So you know what, maybe we're gonna do that. We're gonna bring this over here as well. I'm just gonna yoink this. So it's all in alignment. I thought I yoinked it, but I guess I didn't. Oh, there we go. Cool, and I'm gonna just make this fill like that. Maybe we'll label this. Or maybe don't. I'll look at like F-Zero GX or something and see how they do things, but I think it'll be fine. This kind of minute stops me from getting stuff done. Truly perfect is the enemy of good. Yeah, that's, oh, minutia? Is that what you're saying? I never seen minutia spelled, so I'm assuming that's what you mean. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad when it happens. What? Hey, I'm just gonna get a little close enough, and then I'll look at it with fresh eyes, and then we'll see, and go from there. Let's see here. I feel almost like, no, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that as is. And then maybe they can connect like this down here. You can apply like some more direct connectedness. I think that'd be kind of cool, actually. You know, like I want this to be less like a TV and more like these are components strapped together to one just unified display terminal. I like that idea a lot. I wish I had more experience like taking this kind of stuff apart, or any experience taking this stuff apart. I feel like that would help with like informing some of the stuff I'm doing, but all I'm doing is just going, hey, this would look pretty if I did that. Wouldn't that look pretty? That looks pretty. That looks pretty to me. Yeah, right. Like it's starting to feel like just components on a machine, dude. No, you can't align the bottom of the pattern you placed. Tragic. I've done it. I'm not even sure what you mean align the bottom of the pattern I just placed. Which pattern? I don't know. Do it. Yep, it's done. How to use voice to text to spell minutia correctly. I speak it more than I spell. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that... Yeah, there's a bunch of words that I can't actually spell, but I like saying it. Like I like saying Brobdingnagian, but if you ask me to spell it, I just could not. That's not going to go down well. That's not going to go down. But it's fun to say it. It's a fun word. What other things are happening on the world of displays? They have a bunch of little lines going through. What are this? You see these? That looks cool. And this can't be like the segments. It's not tying to the segments directly, because you need way more things to... You need way more lines to connect to the segments. It's not that, just that. But I like these ideas. This is cool so far. I like this. So I like this like little triangular thing on the side, like a little metal plate. So I might do something like that here. Here, this is where things get weird. I think I'm gonna make this like a little mini CRT, because this is gonna display an arbitrary thing. It's gonna be displaying whatever icon or preview of the hull or the whatever it is that we're looking at. So that should actually be just a CRT, I think. Like, have it be a little tiny module here. I think that's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna make like a... Let's see here. We're gonna embed this little TV in here, and that's just gonna be super cool and rad, and everyone's gonna be cool with it. We're not gonna worry about like the fact that this is also a variable thing. We're not gonna make a wide pizza-sized CRT. We're just gonna do this. The man doeth what he pleaseth. This is my game. We can do dumb things in it. I don't care. There's many games that are endless runners, but this one's mine. There are many... I'm not sure if there's even many like it, but there's many similar to it, but this one's mine. Therefore, it is my favorite. And we give it the love it deserves and requires and demands. It's kind of cool. I can just look at my CRT in the screen. Like, I can look at this to reference how I want to illustrate that. That's cool. What's going on, Blep? What I'm doing for my for the Brackies Game Jam 2026.1. Oh, that sounds sick. Is it happening right now? Random manifolds. Yep, we just add random manifolds for they're totally functional manifolds. They have a functional purpose, and the functional purpose is that it's cool and I like it. So that is the important function it serves. Form is the function. I'll have you know. This is too square. I'm gonna bump this up a little bit. This needs to be a little squashed. What's going on, Kelvin? Good to see you, man. The black and white game master. The master of really freaking cool looking shaders, cool looking combat. It's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, man. Found this on my feed. Well, glad I have found you. Demo mixtape. Alright, what's going on here? Okay, hue shifted a little bit. Honestly, we're working in 3D. I could just make an actual CRT pop out of the screen. If I'm gonna be real, like make this an actual component. Maybe I should just do that. Add some extra depth to this. Just be extra cool. Yeah, this is a 3D game. I could just do that. Oh, so many possibilities. Oh, we'll see. I'm gonna start with the 2D thing first, and then we'll go from there. Goer, what app is that you're working on your game? Also, font is great. Thank you. I'm just working in Aseprite, and then game is being made in Unity. It's in do I have the game open here? Yeah, it's in Unity. So this is the UI we're rewriting and remaking. We're actually designing. This is just placeholder that we just had for way too long. And today's the day where we actually start making this feel more like a proper game instead of a game jam looking game or feeling game. By my standards, at least. But yeah, we have to. This game has been underbaked for a while. Like, we've been working on some fundamental, important systems and mechanics and whatnot, and I think things are solid enough where we can actually start working on polish and making things look pretty. I like making pretty things, and I like VFD displays. And I like CRTs. What's the game about? It's just about racing, Quentin. It's a game where you just go fast and collect coins. It's a very simple game. It's definitely not high art. Okay. Let me just save this. Chuck it into the game and just see how this looks, like in the home level, or is it called garage? Here we go. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna take a quad, I think. That's what we're gonna do. Garage view. Shot view, canvas. Yeah, here we go. So we're gonna do something. I'm just gonna add a raw image. A raw image. And you're gonna have this mock-up. And we're gonna use this to see if we like what we got. Okay. So we have this here. It's gonna overwrite everything because of the UI order. I like that. I could always add like normal maps or something to get the desired lighting effects on the 2D elements, but okay. We're just gonna go here and see how this works. Okay, cool. Let's press play and see how this looks in game. Okay, go to the garage. And boy, howdy, that looks great. I like that. I like it. I like it. This is beautiful. It's exactly. This works very freaking well. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to move the UI. Like, the text stuff, like, that's fine. This is just a matter of testing or validating the mock-up. But this mock-up looks great, dude. Like, even without the even with the filtering, it still looks good. Even from afar, it looks pretty good. I think I might have to expand. I think I want to make it bigger, though. There's some things I want to make bigger. Like the text here for description. I know, I can already see it's going to be small. It's going to be quite a tight fit. So, what I might do is give myself permission to make this a way to take up more space. And yeah, I'll go from there. But this is good. This is good. This is good. I'm liking where we're going with this. I'm liking where we're going with this. Let's add our progress before we forget. I don't want to lose anything. Okay, cool. That should have everything in it. Oh yeah, we're gonna have our hands full when it comes time to the next implementation day. But I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Give myself permission. We learned so much about you on these streams, Cozy. When did I say permission? Or when did I give myself permission? Also, what do you learn from that? I say things without even realizing it, man. Let's make this a bit bigger. More space for text. Nice. Save. Control Shift S. Yes, I don't care. Go back to the game. It's slightly taller. Slightly taller. And then we need to figure out the shape language for the UI buttons. This, I think, is going to be much more simple. We're going to have audio date too to record some sound effects, because, I mean, it's going to be simple, but I think we have, like, I I'm glad I have a lot of old tech that I can just use for reference for sounds. Or like the stuff I have here. Heck, actually this buttons here would be a perfect reference for the shapes I want to use for this. Though they don't indicate icons on them, so that's a bad. But we can deal with that. Hello, what's up, Dead Orchard? What are you making? I'm making a game. Just making a humble little video game. There's a lot of dead space here. How much real estate do we have to work with? I feel like we could expand it. I think we can adjust it. Like here. Yeah, vertical space. We have more vertical space, so I can elongate this display a little bit. We can elongate the display. Yeah, like about the length, the size of half a CRT monitor. we're using CRT monitors as a measuring unit. Yeah, half a CRT monitor is how big we can expand it. The text here is going to be, let me try something real quick though. This, you're going to use this, and we're going to make it be 1048. To apply it. You're not happy, but I don't care. Okay, we have some artifacts here from the Matrix. I think my intuition was right that the Matrix is too small, because now we have a lot of weird artifacts due to the space between the units. So I might I don't know how I'm going to go about doing this, but we're going to have to do something. Oh, Incredibles quote. Okay, let's go. Something amazing, I guess. I'm a computer science student at my university. I want to make games too. Then you can do it, my friend. You have the world of Google. You can choose a game engine. And just start by making an object move. And once you make a picture move on a screen, the world is your oyster, my friend. The world is your oyster. Okay, half a are we gonna do that? Am I really gonna do that? Also, is there a way to add a normal material shader to this so that it can be lit properly? So many questions. Not enough answers. I need to think about this a little bit more. I need to think about this. I feel conflicted. Also, the case is not, it feels like it's a shelf if I use a CRT case like that. I'm not gonna do that. There's like electron microscopes that have like a screen built into them. Yeah, I feel conflicted. On how we're gonna do this. I want this text to be bigger. The text feels way too small. This text needs to be bigger. 100%. So you, my friend, need to expand to a bigger, more appropriate size. Maybe that should be adequate. And then we break your legs and then bring them downtown. Honestly, do I need to include the term engine profile? Can't I just spell the word engine and call it a day? Or better yet, can I use these to spell the word engine? Okay, maybe it's too big. What if I made it smaller? I just want to fill up the dead space, you know? I just want to make this a little bit more hospitable. Okay, none of that's gonna work for me. Okay, as for this, I don't know, I kind of like it, but it's just too small. So how do we handle this? Increase gap size, that's necessary. And then make the cells bigger and also increase gap size. I think that's going to be our solution here. So that this still reads as individual cells as opposed to one ginormous one. Also, okay, we have this selected. We can make an array. Are we happy about it? We're gonna find out. Well, I can populate this easier though, right? Look at that. Sheesh. Easy pickings. Nice. Okay. So this still has a good amount of information that can be conveyed there. With, precision. We've cut this engine text in half. That's horrific. I'm so sorry. But I don't think you're getting what you're paid for. What's going on here? I'm currently taking data structures and I'm not really enjoying it. All my assignments are AI generated and professor needs his lectures. That is terrible, dude. That is terrible, dude. No. Your professor's giving you homework from ChatGPT? Bruh, oh my goodness. So here's a path I've considered in my life, which is maybe one day getting my master's degree and then becoming a professor. Like, hopefully, here's how I see it, right? I would want to do it when, like, here's how this timeline plays out. Cozy Cabin Games pops off, provides good enough money to live pretty comfortably. So I can work as a professor, not for the money, but just for the love of the game. And ooh, buddy, we're gonna make some great projects, some great homework assignments. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be useful, practical stuff. And you know what? I'd get like a position that gives me a lot of affordances in terms of how to structure the curriculum. But yeah, man, I've thought about it. That used to be a goal, but I since realized I like working on projects. I like working on my games. Yeah, it's a game. Lexa men are. Yeesh, Cozy, stop being adorable. No. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think I'm that particularly adorable. But yeah, as far as your curriculum, dude, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that they're doing that to you. I think the best substitute for learning would be just doing your own projects and learning on your own time. Do some C. Do like data structures and algorithms that are actually applicable to what you're doing. Like, and that's not, I guess it's easy to say that, but without an example of what that looks like, it's kind of hard to talk about it, right? So like, in your courses, they're probably going to talk about tree structures, and they're probably going to talk about like, well, different types of trees, right? They're going to talk about like big O of n time versus time complexity versus space complexity and all that kind of stuff. But you don't really get too much of an understanding of like why that's needed or any use cases for it. But here's a fun little problem for you, right? If you were to make your own game, it could be your own game engine, or heck, you can even do this in Unity or a stock engine. Either way, right? Try implementing your own collision system, like a way of just saying, hey, I have a collider and I want to know if it's colliding with anything else, like a discrete collision system. You can use a GameMaker, for example, how they do it, not how they implement it. I mean, just literally how you check it. They have a function called is free or whatever. And like, you might start with a simple naive approach of just checking this one collider against everything else. But then as your game grows with more stuff, you might start realizing, hey, I can't just check this collider against everything else. So how might you try to work around that to reduce the amount of comparisons or reduce the amount of things, or maybe even speed up the comparisons, right? You go from like, you're going to discover some actual practical uses of these different data structures and algorithms, and you're going to have this nice comparison because you implement it in a very simple, dumb way first, which is like O of n time, or maybe even worse depending on what you do. But it should, at worst, it should be like O of n time comparing this one collider against every collider. And then you're going to have like these other methods you try, whether it be like a tree structure of some kind of, like some binary, some space partitioning of some sort. You know, if it's 2D, you can do binary space partitioning and whatnot, or maybe some KD trees. If you're doing 3D, you can do like octrees and whatnot. Whatever. There's different ways of going about it. You can do bounding volume hierarchies. Or you can even try something like spatial hashing. Either way, there's a bunch of different ways of tackling it. But you're going to have this concrete comparison of like, okay, this is where I started, and this is how much better it is. And now you see an actual application of it, because it's like you're using it for a game. And if you think it's just for collision, no, these ideas translate to a bunch of different stuff. Geometry queries use these kind of structures. Like, oh, brother, like, you can use it for so many different things, man. But the thing is that you're going to actually have experience using it in a particular context that you're going to be familiar with because you did it yourself. And then the connections to these other applications are going to start sprouting out. For the class, but I don't like using it. I feel like I'm not in the class to learn. I'm in the class to see if I can survive. Yeah, that sucks, man. I enjoy learning things on my own, so I guess it's better for me, but man, I feel sorry for everyone else. I feel like it's such a waste. Yeah, it sucks, and it sucks because you're not going to develop important critical skills, and then once they get into the industry, if they get into the industry first of all, but when they do, like, there's going to be quite the limiter on what they can do and what they can tackle. I think when you go off grid and just try doing things on your own, it's way more fruitful and beneficial. Dude, I can't get over like teachers using AI. That's insane. And like it's like how much are you paying for tuition as well, right? Like so much for tuition just for an AI generated course. Like that is insane, man. That'd make me very mad. Jeez, man, that's crazy. My first lab for the class is literally built off of LeetCode Questions 1912 design movie rental system. Oh my goodness. I'll never forgive LeetCode either. I mean, LeetCode's like it's like, you know, trying to vet someone for skill is kind of tough. It is tough. So I understand why people go to LeetCode Questions, but then like you end up with people who know, like they have this very specific knowledge set for LeetCode, but then when you start applying, when they start facing real problems, they're kind of blind to this cost benefit analysis. Oh, there's just a bunch to it, dude. There's like, that's dumb. Like I think if you have a discussion with someone, I feel like you can get so much more knowledge about just talking about people's projects and what they work on than, like, yeah, you want to know that they can program stuff, so sure, throw a programming problem at them, but like, I'm way more interested in what they've worked on, what kind of projects they've done, you know, what problems they face, you know, on a technical level, on design levels, like, you know, what's something you have to optimize, and how is the process of tackling it, dude? Okay. We're blocking this out. There's some dead space here. I almost feel inclined to move this down. So it's in line with this element over here. Like it almost feels like we can shrink this entire design down a bit, which is the opposite of what we were trying to do earlier, which is expand it. But that's kind of where we're at. Like there's not much. We can convey most of what we want here. Let me save this first of all. Yes. Go into game, re-import, press play, and let's see how this looks. Yeah. We were told you can use AI, and if you have other questions, go to office hours. It's my first time getting exposed to these data structures, and they're expecting me to solve LeetCode questions with it. I saw on LinkedIn that my university was rated a top school for its computer science program. I'm over here like, yeah, the slop has invaded you. The slop has invaded. That's tragic, dude. Yeah, it's gonna fit there. That's gonna fit there. Just as extras, I can just add more rows to this, I guess. I don't know though. Well, this kind of gives me at least more real estate to make text bigger. Like we have a lot of space, so we could do the crazy thing and implement an alphanumeric the texture, like, or not implement, but actually create a texture sprite sheet for this. So make it not just numbers, but also alphanumeric. That way I can make this like humongous here, or make this humongous and annoyingly big. Like smaller than this, but bigger than this. That's where we're kind of occupying. And we have to design a segment display for this. I don't know how I want to go about this. There's so many decisions to make, man. So many decisions. And how do I want to make this smaller? While still, I want to preserve the segments small enough where we can have a bunch of text on it, but big enough where we can still take up space. So we have, let's change the canvas size. It's just gonna be like a what? This is 17 by, no, we're gonna do a 16 by 16. Nope, never mind. We're not doing 16 by 16. We are doing how big are you? You're 31 tall, so it's 32 by 32 then. Change canvas size, 32 by 32. This feels like so much wasted space. This actually kind of makes me mad. I want to fight this empty space. This bothers me. It's inefficient. It bothers me. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. So what are some letters you want to get? So we can get an A very easily, but what about an R? So we'd have to have a segment for R specifically. So I'm gonna do maybe this. And then hopefully this just works. That does not look like an, okay, that looks like an R. That looks like an R. I can see an R there. Okay, so we have a display segment for that. I can get behind it. So cool, we have our R. What's another word we need to be able to display here? R was one of the problem letters. Q is going to be weird. But maybe we can just utilize... That looks like a Q. Yeah, same here, Bomber G. How do you do camera translation? Slurp? I think I just do lerp. I know you usually use slurp for quaternions, but I think in my camera controller we're using camera. Let's see here. Yeah, we're doing list for position. What about rotation? I'm sorry, what am I doing? Oh, this is for in-game. This is not the... No. Camera controller. There's a general camera controller I have here. Let's see. Maybe it is slurp. Yeah, it's slurp. Never mind. You're right. Slurp. I thought I was doing lerp on the components, but I just realized that it's not going to work. Good old-fashioned slurp. Between transform and then target look rotations. Works pretty good. Like a charm. That looks like a Q though. So we have that. That's useful. What other letters that might be problematic to display here? We need to do X. That's a thing. Well, we can draw X like this, right? We're all gonna agree that this is X, and we're not gonna judge me for this. We're not gonna make fun of me for drawing X like this. That's perfectly reasonable. Oh, that's H though. Never mind. That's H. Okay. You know how to hurt me. You know how to hurt me. Oh, you know how to hurt me. That's an H. That's not an X. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me. So what do we do? We can mirror this. Maybe we can mirror. Well, that's gonna be a K though, so I can't just mirror. Okay. This is becoming much more problematic than I would have realized. It turns out people who design 7-segment displays are kind of geniuses. Yeah, because I was going to do this, but then I realized, wait, no, that's not an X, that's a K. So I can't get away with just doing this. So, okay, GG's, you can't do that. So, what, am I just gonna make an actual, just... I have to make like an, we're gonna have to like, oh my goodness, oh my. Maybe we pretend, maybe we break the rules and say, hey, this is not actually a 7-segment display, but instead, some letters we just get a little fancy with. We just we do things that are physically impossible. You know, just for fun, just for the lull. Yeah, babe, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the shh, don't worry about the X not being a okay. Or we just never use X. We just never use X. We just say, hey, we can draw like most of the alphabet except for the letter X. That's a sensitive topic for me. I don't like talking about it. We don't talk about that here. What's going on? I love cookies. M might be weird. Yeah, M is also gonna be weird. Ah, you. Yep. Okay, we're just gonna do something here. No. We're gonna think. We're gonna put on our thinking caps, guys. I'm just gonna put on our thinking cap. And we're just gonna okay. Oh, what if this is X? And then we can just do like M is like bam, bam, bam. Oh no. Okay, that's something. That's something. Okay, maybe this is how we do things. Maybe we live life like this. No, the M feels like too. Okay, let's do this. So one more time. That seems more reasonable. Okay. And then if we have another one of these going up here like so, what can we do? We can draw an X now. An X is going to look like this. Yay. That's not jank at all. That's just a good old-fashioned X. And what about K? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Because K makes me want to yeah, this is my life. This is how we live life. I'd have to make this extra thick to allow K to live. But if I do that, how does the X look? Okay. X has got it going on. Okay. Maybe we're onto something. What about R? Nope. All right, this is you know what? This might be it. This is all we need. I think we have the perfect thing. I think we got it, guys. I think we got it. What's going on here? The Noble Maji official. Maybe make it diagonal gray lines more thin in mirrors. It looks like 90s. Thank you. That's the goal here. My bad, nerdy guys. If one was like that and I don't know. I think actually when I was growing up during a time when that started switching, where like nerdy guys were like not as stigmatized. Definitely not hot though. Okay, now you know exactly. Would you tell the difference between U and V? Oh my goodness, why would you tell me? Majin, why would you say that? Why would you? U versus V. It's simple, okay? Look, this is U, right? We just draw. Look, it's so simple. This is U. And then V, it's elementary. It's elementary, all right? You simply there's the V. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? No. I got this. It's so simple. V is this. This is how V looks like. Ah, you thought you had me. You thought you had me. But no. I will not be had. Voila, a V. Don't make fun of her. She's trying her best. That's V. What more can you want? A simple V for... Okay, we're sending it. We're sending this. We're actually gonna... I mean, I'm not even sure if it's gonna look good. But you know what? Say it with me. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. That's what we're doing. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And we're gonna make this white in case I want to change the color later on. So, yeah, it's simple. Simples. So, let's start just with the letter A. Actually, no, before I do any of that stuff, let's actually do it like this. I'm going to make a new layer. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. Right. So we're going to do copy 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Oh my freaking goodness. And I can't do Alt N. Oh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 26. Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, shall we just begin doing this? Bada bing. We have our letter A. Boom. Easy. Letter A, done, did. Simple. Say this is gonna turn out great. And then we have to do letter B, and is this just gonna be is B just 8? Okay. I mean, they can figure it out. They can figure it out. The people are smart, okay? The people are smart. They can figure out. If middle schoolers can figure out how to spell boobies on a calculator, they can figure out when I'm talking about a B versus the letter 8, okay? I believe in the people. Okay. A, B, C. Oh, D. Oh, no. How do you... Okay. No, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is, I guess we're doing a lowercase b. I guess we're settling for mediocrity today. Because I don't think there's any other way to separate B from O. So A, B, C. Oh wait, I'm doing D, not B. Oh, I could have done lowercase b, couldn't I? I could have done that actually. Okay, we're giving up. Okay, it's okay. It happens. A, B, C, D, and then E. That's a classic. If you use the diagonals on the left side, you can make uppercase B. Diagonals on the left side. How would I use diagonals for B? Like, would it be like this? Oh my god, you're a genius. 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 Yep. Yep. That'll do. You know, if I was really, if we're gonna go crazy, we could we can make D like this. We can make it this is really a malnourished D. Seen better days, D. Yep. He's had better days. Okay. A, B, C, D, E. Okay, E's. This is good. This is a good one. This is a good one. This is fine. E is a good one. I like E. Let's save our progress. Alpha digit sheet. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F is gonna be basically just this. I'm sorry, what? Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, what is happening here? Okay, here we go. See, that's easy. E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F. And the letter G. Okay. G. G, G, G. How does one draw? Okay. Idea. No, stop. Okay, first of all, we're gonna make this reference all visible layers. We're not. There we go. Okay. That's a decision. That is a decision. That doesn't. Okay. Waiting for G. I see G. Yeah, G's. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna. The middle line, please. Oh, you said the middle line? Well, let's do this again. Let's see where this takes us. First of all, that's a wrong color, but also, I don't think that's a G. Horizontal from the right. Horizontal from the right. Connect the bottom. Check out 16-second displays. It will help. I think I'm gonna need help. We're just gonna see how far this takes us, and then that's not a 6, and that's what is important. Yup, it's not a 6. It's a legally distinct 6. It's G. It's totally G, guys. Okay, what if we were to break the rules? Because we can break rules here. We can break rules. How might we break the rules? What would be needed to make this feel convincingly like a G? I mean, I can always... Oh, we can cheat. We can like split the middle in half, and then if I want to be a really cheater, I can add like a little... I could fill this in. Oh, this segment appeared out of nowhere. Okay, I guess we're splitting in half. I guess we're just cheaters. And yes, I'm gonna split it in half everywhere. We're not going through this trouble for inconsistent display. We're gonna... If we have to break one letter, all letters are gonna be broken. I don't care. Add the half diagonal. Like this one. I'm not gonna lie, it looks like a little noodle. There's this one. It just feels like a noodle wrapped. I don't know. Alright, this is G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Oh, E, H. That's an easy one. We can do H. And now it's broken. This is how we live our life. It's broken. Because of G. H, I. Is it okay if I just do... Can I just do this for I? It's not 1. It's not 1. Oh my goodness. Why is this so... It looks kind of like an X. Yeah, this. Yeah, but no, the X is... It's going to look very... Okay, do we add a bar? Do we just add a bar to this to make y actually look like a y? Do I just cheat? Or not cheat, we're gonna add an extra. This is becoming a whatever you want display. A whatever you want segment display. Oh brother. Oh brother. I mean, think about it though. If we add like the vertical bars here, like if I add if I add another segment to this one here, then like we can make the G good, right? Like we can pretend like this is a thing. No, that still looks stupid. That looks stupid. This is gonna be stupid. Oh my goodness. That's the beauty of making your own. Yeah, exactly, man. No, mate. Make it from the side, like the 7 segment one. What do you mean 7 segments at one? Like for I? Yeah, you need the vertical slipping from top to bottom through the center. Oh, for what? Well, yeah, we're gonna do it, dude. Okay, 1 second. What we said, Ahmed? Check out 60 segment display will help. Add a vertical line in the center to split the 8. A vertical line. I guess, yeah. I guess we're just doing this. I guess we're just gonna add a vertical segment here for I, and then it's gonna magically appear for other things. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Oh yeah, the users are gonna appreciate this. They're gonna love that I did this thing. Totally. J. Okay, you can do J. That's surprisingly not horrific. Yay. J. And then we get to use K. We prepared for you. I waited for you. This is where things started going wrong, was with you. But it's okay. It's okay. Okay, L. L. M. Oh yeah, this is coming, this is swimmingly. Guys, this is going perfect. We have 0 hiccups, 0 incidents. I can see no way how my day is gonna get ruined. This is fantastic. L, M, N, K, N. No, stop. You're freaking me out. I know we can do lowercase n with a top there, but can we make this magic happen? Can we all pretend this went according to plan? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just pretend like this is yeah, I think this is how I think this is good. I think this is good. Thank you. And go through the whole diagonal, please. Thank you. Yep, we did it. All right, we're sticking with it. LMNO. That's an easy one. I got this one. This is locked down, baby. Dude, we're gonna go through the work of doing this, and then when I put it in the game, it's gonna look terrible, and we're gonna hate ourselves, and it's gonna be very sad. NOP. But you know what? I'd rather live a life where that's the case than live a life where I never tried. You know that? I'd rather try and fail than not try at all. NOPQ. Okay, this was the tricky one, but I think we got it in the bag now. Q. Nope. And then we use the diagonal for this one. That looks like a Q to me. And then R. Okay, we did it. We did it. We had a little bit of a crisis of faith there. A little bit. But we came to. We overcame. R. S. Okay, R. No. I think we came through unscathed. I think this is too easy. And we have it split in half. Oh wait, I forgot. We have this split in the middle. Yeah. I didn't forget. We're still doing this. We're still going to try to do this. And then S. Is it in the middle directly? Yeah, it is in the middle. QR. QRS. Okay, that's a fantastic S. T. Oh no. Oh wait, we have a vertical. We have the vertical. We're good. We're good. We cheated. I forgot. We cheated with I. We're cheaters. We're dirty, low, no good cheaters. And we added the fictional crossbar that I just refuse to draw in any other segment. Alright. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, T, U. Okay. T, U. U, and then V. We did this one. How did I do this one again? Oh, this. I think I did like this. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're so good. We're so freaking good. Oh my goodness. Why did I panic? There was no reason to panic. We totally had it. That V looks demented, but it's okay. We're. How did I do this? Cheater. This is fine. U, V, W. Oh no! Oh no! It's easy. It's you got W. Okay, I'm like getting stressed out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I've been kind of. My chest kind of hurts a little bit, guys. I'm not gonna lie. My chest has been hurting through this process. But we're making it through. We got U, V, W, X. We got X. We got you. W, X, Y, and Z. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness gravy. We could do Y the fancy way because we were cheating with this vertical bar here. Or we can make it a 4. No. We're already cheaters. We'll do the friggin' bar. Y. Z. And this is how the Z goes. Oh, wait a second. We have vertical. We can make a fancy Z. We could do a fancy Z. Yes, sirree. We can do a fancy Z. I almost did it the old-fashioned way. Okay, let's go through the alphabet, guys, and see if we're good. Good morning, Stuxia. I remember you from last time. You joined the server afterwards. Alright, guys, let's see if we have a good alphabet here. Okay, ciao. You have a good one, John. I follow you from Italy. Very interesting and relaxing videos. Thank you, man. I'm glad you find it relaxing. Alright. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Alright. We made it. We made it. Let's save. That was kind of traumatic. And now, time for the letters. The letters. Of course, we have to have the letters. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That should be easy. This is not going to hurt me. This is a safe area. We have 0. I'm in safe hands. I think. So you have 0. And then you have 1. And then you have 2. Wait a second, we cheated. We're cheaters. No, we didn't. We're not cheaters. 0, 1, 2. I said 2. I'm having a little brain fart right now. Okay, the 2 goes this way. Yep. That's a 2. Okay. 3. Wait a second, I cheated. 3. And you know what? We can do the cool thing. We can, because we have the middle bar, we can do this. We're fancy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next thing is 4. And then 5. And then 6. This is far less stressful. 7. And then 8. And then 9. Oh, 1 second. I didn't copy enough. Okay, so we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it begins at A. We have to also have a blank space as well for spaces. So we have to copy a, I don't know, yeah, we'll right at the very end we put special characters like blank space. I don't know. We're basically defining our own encodings. So we have freedom to place things where we want to. I think I'm gonna put it at the very end. Yay! We did it, guys. And then we can do, first of all, let's not waste space, so we're just gonna do this first and foremost. And then next thing, we're gonna generate a texture atlas or a sprite sheet. Look at that, guys. The product of our labor. Control E. And we're going to use fixed width, or no, fixed columns. I don't know. Let's do 8. That looks good to me. Look at that. Look at all that text. Beautiful. Maybe I should add an extra line underneath it just to be extra, like, so we can layer them on top of each other and not worry about stuff, about the lines blending together. Link cells so they're all one continuous. Okay, let's just keep going, buddy. Keep going, buddy. Oh, you're already there. Link cells. It's one continuous cell. Perfect. Fill that. Save. Yep. Now there's a line between them. Oh. And I need one to the side, don't I? Yeah, I do. Canvas size. One more. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I mean it for real. We're gonna export it. Yeah, no, not this one. Cool, now this is actually properly legible. Nice. And cool. So I can export this out as, actually I just do as a PNG. Nice. Do the diagonal line thing. Oh, a slash. What's this? What's distinguishing 0 and O? Context. Syndicate. That is the only thing we have going for us is context. A fancy 7. Okay, we can make a fancy 7. We can make a fancy 7. This is why we have this. You can modify the sprite sheet directly. As for the O and 0, forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. What game you're making? All this is for this UI, not this UI. This UI. So I can put it here and be cool. Maybe here too, I don't know. This is the game. This is the game this is for the shop. This is what the game looks like. Here's what the game sounds like. It's a game. It's a game. It does game things. Suck. Yeah, I need to implement a bunch of stuff, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Game is game is game. And then we're going to be putting this text here and making it actually be implemented instead of using Unity's Text Mesh Pro. S and 5 are similar. Oh, you're killing me. But it's true. It's true. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Okay, where's 5? Versus S. Is there even a way you can... How do I distinguish it? How do you... GG's, I guess. That's the... I actually don't see a clear way to distinguish between S and 5. 2D and 3D. Thank you, Spalding Games. I'm glad you dig it, man. You're the best coast. Thank you, Syndicate. I'm trying about hard. It's a game. It does game things. Yeah. This is actually... I don't know, man. I'm not an elevator pitch kind of guy. On the 5, I refuse. I don't want to. If we add notches to 5, then we can add notches to other letters. And if we could do that, then it's gonna be a slippery slope, man. It's gonna be a slippery slope. This is how it's gonna be until people get confused, and then I'm gonna have to come back here and fix it. But until that happens, this looks so cool. Oh my goodness, dude. Are we gonna have to do another version of our text? Whatever. We're not implementing this today, so we're not gonna do that. This has to be implemented before I can actually test it. So I can kind of do some rudimentary stuff here, but I'm not gonna do that there. This is how the name is gonna be printed out there. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do with the stats here. The CRT modder that's just embedded into this, I'm not sure if I like that actually. I might do something else with it, like maybe, I don't know. I don't even know. So many possibilities. Why is there so much variability? What is going on? Oh, we're referencing everything, aren't we? Active layers. Yeah, thank you. Save this. We're going to go commit this. No space. Alphanumeric text and shop mockup. Oh yeah, forget. Berg. I think the next thing we need to do, I'm not gonna do it today, but we need to start beyond just the UI. We need to start designing like, hey, how is this environment gonna actually look? Like, what's the props in there? Because I don't want this to be just an empty room. I want this to feel like someone lives here. This is someone's spot. It is beautiful. Don't let the details take away from it, Cozy. You made a homemade. Oh my, you are right, Syndicate. We did a font. I didn't even realize we're like, I've been saying that I need to make some fonts for the game, and I just realized now that this is a font. We've made a font. We've made our own font. That's like, See, I've been neglecting because I don't want to do it, but then we accidentally just did it today, and I didn't even realize it until... For me, I was like, oh, we're just making text. We're just making numbers. And then I was like, oh, we're going to just make the alphabet. And then, like, we're going to do both of them. And then it's just, oh. Yeah, this is what a font is, isn't it? Oh, beautiful. But yeah, we have to. There's so much to do, but I think we did a lot too. Today was like what, 6 hours? Sheesh, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not sure we're probably gonna do some more art streams, but I need to start doing some technical implementations at some point. So maybe next stream will be a tech stream, a technical. We'll be doing some programming. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got here? First of all, let me go to this. This is the main. Nope. I want to go to. Where are ya? Where are ya? You're somewhere here. I knew it. I can smell it. There we go. Let me do something real quick. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Load, buddy. Thank you. All right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our stream for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate you just hanging out with me while I wrestle with some font, with some art design stuff, all that fun stuff. Thank you for the encouragement. Everyone's been hung out today. I really do appreciate it. It's nice. It's nice that I don't have to struggle alone. And hopefully you guys enjoy it, and we're getting the game done. The game's gonna be done, guys. It's actually happening. The game's actually happening, guys. I can't believe it. But yeah, thanks Syndicate for hanging out. EG Games, the Regs, thank you Noble Maji for the help with the font. Yeah, man, it's been good. It's been good, man. It's been pretty good. But until next time, I'll catch you guys later. Till then, ta-ta.